time to establish what what regular life is going to be like in this village. I'm kind of curious how the pacing for the next few chapters is going to be.
先生が来ましたよ、ケイチさん。着席遊ばせ。
She is so smug.
ケイチさんがいじめた。
ほら、前原くん、下級生をいじめてはいけません。謝りなさい。ほら、前原くん。
I will say this though, I think it's mighty cool that a bunch of the, I'm not sure what you would call them, the core visual novel writers know each other.
へいへい、謝りますよ。さとこさん、ごめんなさい。
ケイちゃん、ケイちゃん、その恨みは部活でね。着席着席。
I think that would make a lot of sense, Niggles. Probably because, like, this first chapter is doing a lot of heavy lifting for setting up what the story's supposed to be, right? And once you establish that, I don't see much reason to lift as hard, I suppose, in the next couple chapters. But still, for contrast, it makes sense to have these sections.
そうだね。今日こそケイチくんと2人で大勝利だよね。
Honestly, thinking about it now, I wonder how many people were blindsided by Higurashi.
でもどうでしょうね。
I've always felt like, if you know Higurashi, you probably heard it from word of mouth, right? So you're not ever really going to Higurashi not knowing what's to come.
同じゲームを続けて2日やった試しはありませんし。
But if you had a different experience, please let me know.
ミーにお願いしてみたらどうでしょうです。
Kind of makes me wonder if, in the modern age, if that's possible anymore. I mean, you can completely choose to be, like, disconnected from social media, and therefore you can actually, you know, go into something by chance. But
いっけね。今日おじさんの手伝いの日だ。悪いみんな、今日なし。
But I know that certain marketing for classics, right, try to explain the reason for why people were interested in the first place, and that can require a few spoilers here and there.
おじさんの手伝い？柄にもなく高校なやつだな。
悪い悪い。
Truthfully, the main example that appears in my head
ほんとすっかり忘れてた。
when I think
じゃあご
of
めんねみんな。
when I think of a classic with a major twist that I already knew is Muv Love, and the promotional material did spoil a little bit of it, and I actually was okay with that because I would not have even bothered in the first place if I didn't know.
今日はおじさんこれで帰るわ。
みーちゃんね、たまに街にあるおじさんのお店の手伝いに行くんだよ。
I don't know, I was kind of worried because there's such a strong stigma against horror that I don't want to throw someone into the horror genre to be traumatized, right? I want to gently usher them in so they understand, like, the ideas behind it.
バイト代が出ると言ってましたですわ。結構なお小遣いになるらしいですの。
しかしそれはアルバイトというんじゃないのか？校則で禁止されてないか？
Although I guess for me, I really jumped into Higurashi. I was
家事手伝いは除くと書いてありますです。
I was really anti-horror when I was younger. I hated zombies. I hated all things horror. My brother would scare the shit out of me with Silent Hill and Resident Evil back in the day. I'm like, God, give me a break.
じゃあ 今日はこれで解散かな
別に部長不在でもいいだろ
Honestly, I don't know what it was about Higurashi that made me want to keep watching it.
う。やろうぜ部活。
That's actually a pretty good question. So here's my experience with Higurashi, okay? One day I came home and I was checking on a website for what was new, and Higurashi was there. I watched 5 minutes of it and then I stopped watching because it looked hella boring to me. And then I was talking to a high school friend of mine who said that Higurashi was more than just kids eating food at a picnic. And I was like, okay, sure, fine. I'll give it 1 episode. 1, not 3. I gave it 1 episode. I was like, okay, yeah, you're right. I got it. So I gave it the entire arc. The first 4 episodes, I think, right? And then from there, she and I watched the rest of Higurashi together. And at the time, I had a lot of biases against horror. I thought all of it was just like slasher flicks and gore, right? There's nothing meaningful whatsoever to the horror genre.
お、あったあった。
That's what I thought, right? And so I thought to myself, let's give Higurashi a legitimate try. It's in a medium that I care about, anime, right? Therefore, if it's anime, it must be less scary. That's what I thought.
昨日の推理ゲーム。
That didn't work out though.
ようやくコツが分かってきたところで中断しちゃったからな。
But because I was watching with a friend, it really helped me. Well, it helped me watch it for a starter. But also, because I was so willing to give it a chance, I was trying to read into the story for more than just what it may initially seem to be. And I think because of that, that's what ultimately left me with a positive impression about what horror could be.
私は構いませんけど、レナさんとリカはどういたします？ケイチくんがどうしてもって言うなら、ちょっとだけいいかな。僕はみんなが揃っての方がいいなと思いますです。部活がないなら僕はお買い物に行きたかったのです。お醤油とかを買いに行きますですよ。あ、そうでしたわね。
Yeah, I think I was in late middle school when I watched Higurashi, which is not the really right time to watch it, but hey, it worked out for me.
すっかり忘れてましたわ。ならレナも久しぶりに宝探しに行こうかな。
Yeah, I don't remember exactly the history of horror, but I believe early horror usually was meant as a kind of like story with a moral lesson at the end. Don't stray the path, for example, would be a common moral.
ちぇ、このゲーム楽しみにしていたのにな。
Definitely take what I say with a grain of salt. That's something that I actually want to study more.
またの機会に叩きのめして差し上げましたよ。
I know the history somewhat of the development of the monster, though. At least
犯
in
人は
literature.
サトコ。凶器はピストル。やはり貴様の仕業だったか。
なんですって？じゃあ犯人はケイチ。凶器はロープで犯行現場はラウンジですわ。
ロープなんかいらねえ。このまま絞め殺してやら。
いやー、ケイチさんの毛玉な。
Wow, could you say it in any other way, please?
ケイチさん、覚えてらっしゃい。いっぱいいっぱいいたぶられましたですね。かわいそかわいそです。かいかい。
Oh, you're right. Double sprite change. Wait, Oh no. You know what that means. Satoshi. Ah! Oh god. That scared the shit out of me, man. Oh, all right. Oh, all right, Rena, who's this Satoshi fellow?
レナ、やっぱりこのクラスからも転校で出て行っちゃった生徒って結構いるんだろ？
Okay, so that's adding on to the evidence, right? So there's yet another thing that they have not told Keiichi. And so to convince someone who is currently rational about, like, you know, this village business with the curse and everything, it ain't real, right? And this might be pure coincidence, or like these deaths, they could have happened by human means. You set the character off that line of thinking.
うん。
With more doubt.
ひなみ沢って田舎でしょ？転校していっちゃう人も時々いるよ。
じゃあこのサトシってやつも転校してったのか？
ごめん。よく知らないの。
Man. Yeah, exactly.
その、意地悪で言ってるんじゃないの。ちょうど去年、レナが転校してきてから入れ替わりだったかな。
I mean, if she opened up with that, then I'd be more likely to believe her, right? But
だから、あんまりお話ししたことないの。ごめんね。
oh, friends keep secrets from friends all the time. Trust me. It's very normal. Like when I practice fighting game
ケイ
stuff,
チ君、
and I'm
怖
like,
い顔してる。
the next time I fight Tommy, I'm gonna hit him with all this tech he doesn't know about. Throw me an FKO sus, please. I need that.
なんでだろう。なんでだろう。
I mean, you. I mean, I'm gonna hit him with all the dirty stuff that he doesn't know about first, so he's aware of it, and then I'll teach him it, right? But I gotta make sure that he doesn't know about it first.
あ、ごめん。今日の部活楽しみにしてたからさ。残念だっただけだよ。帰ろうぜ。
Ah, yes, my favorite cry of the day.
ケイチ君、疲れてるのかな？かな？
The cross up, no cross up, cross up. Just saying it makes you confused of which side to block. It's so stupid.
そうか？
うん。今朝からケイチ君、なんだか元気ないよ。風邪かな？きっとケイチ君、引っ越しの疲れが今になってきたんだよ。前に住んでたところとは全然違うところだもん。いろいろ慣れたり覚えたり、疲れて当然だよ。
そうなのかな？
うん、絶対にそうだよ。レナも最初そうだったから。わかるんだよ。 ったよ。
Sorry, I'm gonna double check what you just said there. So from here, are you tired? Maybe. I'm sure my expression made the situation even more unsettling. You think so? Yeah, you seem to have been a little out of it ever since this morning. Okay, so doubt is settling in. Physically, I was pretty sure I was in perfect health. It may not seem like it, but I have had perfect attendance since... Okay, so I'm fine physically. Alright. Could have been the fatigue from, you know, getting used to the setting. Okay, maybe that's it. I wonder if his language choice is being shorter, too. It is, for the most part. Not entirely true. This sentence here. Short. Response is short. Response is short. So he's not saying as much as he could.
レナがひなみ沢に転校してきた時の話が聞きたいな。
Oh, here we go. Curious
どん
about
なだっ
this.
た？
Okay, so does she shut up about it, or she actually tell me?
ケイチくんと同じだよ。人の名前も村の中も全然わかんなかった。みーちゃんとかが親切にしてくれたから全然寂しくなかったけど、やっぱり心細かったよ。
じゃあレナもサトコにやられたのかよ。
うん。椅子に座ろうとしたら画鋲が置いてあったの。
I think... I'm surprised Satoko is still okay. Someone must have slapped her at least once.
どっさり。
Well... Okay, well, we'll talk about that later, but...
そしたらそれを懐かしいな。
Yeah, but seriously, dude. Like, a thumbtack as a practical joke? Hell no, I'd be pissed off.
ミオンの部活にはいつ頃誘われたんだ？早速初日にか？
最初は部活なんてなかったんだよ。途中からできたの。放課後にみんなで残ってゲーム大会をやろうって言い出して。
そういえばミオン初代部長とか言ってたっけな。納得。
内緒だけどね、みーちゃん最初は弱かったんだよ。全然勝てなかった。
ミオンが？ちょっと想像つかないぞ。
自分で言い出した罰ゲーム、ほとんど自分でやってたんだよ。
Oh, so she learned fast.
本当に内緒だからね。
Honestly, a part of me wonders if having something on the line does make you learn faster. At least it'll make you take things more seriously, logically, right? The reason why I ask that is because sometimes I think to myself, if I have something on the line, let's say a match in the future, will I actually take training mode very seriously? And the reason why I say that is because when I go to training mode, the eventual goal is to actually go into a tournament and win, right? So that is what's on the stake for me. But sometimes I would do things like I would challenge people to a first attend and I would put money on the line. And sometimes it's not much, like $10, like who cares, right? As a dinner. But I would do that to make sure that I wouldn't just like slack off. I'm not sure how people actually feel about that, but it's something that I've kind of been wondering. I never actually took that much time to think about.
みーちゃん以外ともちょっとずつお友達になれて、でも、ケイチくんが引っ越してきてからかな。ようやくここに馴染めたって自覚したのは。
That's a good observation, Data. I like it. I don't need to say anything at all.
俺はいつになったら仲間だと認めてもらえるんだろうな。
I'm gonna double check this line here. Because he voices what's in his head finally. I guess Rena had also been left in the dark about the village deity. So when they finally tell me about him, I'd be considered one of them.
なんて言ったの？
いや、ごめん。独り言。
ケイチくん変なの。
Honestly, that does sound really freaking creepy though. Like imagine going to a remote part of the USA and for some reason they're worshipping a unknown deity. That'd be kind of weird. Thanks for the raid, by the way, Zoku.
なあレナ、みんなは俺に嘘や隠し事なんかしてないよな。
Oh, they are. I know. I just when I think of that, I think of well, Japan because of Higurashi. But is that a thing in America at least?
してないよ、全然。
嘘だろ。
It's exactly what it is.
どういう意味だろう。
Oh, they had a small intercut on the sprite transition.
ケイチ君、
It's actually a good decision. I don't think that would have been a thing in the original art. Well, for sure it wasn't a thing in the original art.
してるよな。俺に隠し事を。
Oh, there it is. That's the expression. The original art does the expression better. Okay. Oh my god! She's hella pissed! Oh my...
じゃあさ、ケイチ君。
Oh, this is actually kind of creepy. Oh, holy shit! She's right in my face!
ケイチ君こそ、レナたちに嘘や隠し事をしてないかな。
Oh my god.
え？
してないかな。嘘や隠し事。してないかな。
してないよ。嘘も隠し事も。
嘘だよ。
Oh, my favorite soda.
どうして嘘だって。
ケイチ君、昨日の部活の時、先生に呼ばれて職員室に行ってたって言ったよね。レナは知ってるよ。ケイチ君は職員室になんか行かなかった。先生はお客さんが来たって言ったんだよね。でも、昇降口ではお話ししてなかった。校門のところの車の中で話をしてたよね。
I mean, yeah, that wasn't too secret if you ask me.
知らないおじさんと。誰？あのおじさん。
知らない人だよ。
But you talked to him.
知らない人がなんでケイチ君に用があるの？
俺が知りたいよ。
じゃあ何の話をしていたの？
みんなとは関係のない話だよ。
Oh my god, my ears.
Ne?
Oh, I don't know about that, Keiichi. She looks fine to me. She looks fine to me. What? Look, Rena, didn't you hear on the news? Social distancing, please. Get a little bit back, please.
ケイチ君に内緒や隠し事があるように、レナたちにだってあるんだよ。
Man, I haven't had someone that close to my face if it weren't intimate. Okay, Rena. Please, a little bit back now.
行こ
Okay, yeah, much better.
う。だいぶ涼しくなってきたよ。
Uh-huh.
あれは誰だったんだよ。
All right then. Oh, this is technically okay. This isn't the original art, but it is old art technically. It's from the PS3. I think by hang on, I need to find a sprite. Might be a little while. But chronologically, I think the order is the obvious potato hands would be the original art. I think the PS3 art was second and the manga gamer art was the third. I think that would be right because I definitely recall the PS3 art since I was in. I don't remember. I mean, I recall it. I have like I used to have a poster of it too.
ケイチ、本屋さんから電話よ。
Bookstore calling you. Yeah, that's suspicious.
夜分遅くに申し訳ありません。
Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go.
私、沖宮書房の大石と申します。
大石さん？大石さんじゃないですか。
ごめんなさいね。ご両親が出られたので、本屋さんということにしておきました。
Oh, my favorite.
警察ですって名乗ると、いろいろ気分を害されるでしょうしね。夜分遅くにすみませんですね。実は昨日渡した電話番号のメモ、あれ古い番号だったんです。本当に申し訳ない。これから申し上げる番号を控えておいてもらえますか。
Okay, sure.
あ、はい。どうぞ。
さて、どうでしょう、前原さん。何か変わったことはありましたか？
Sorry, one more time. That actually went over my head. Did anything strange happen? Got it. Okay.
大石さんはここの地元の方ですか？
ええ、そうです。生まれも育ちも沖宮ですよ。
Oh, okay.
大石さん、鬼隠しって何のことか知ってますか？
それはですね、人が鬼にさらわれ、忽然といなくなってしまうことなんです。この辺り独特の言い回しですね。世間様で言う神隠しと同じ意味です。南沢は、前原さんにこんなこと言っていいんでしょうか。
もったいぶらないでくださいよ。大石さんが言わないなら俺も何も言いませんよ。
ああ、いやいや、そういう意味じゃないんですよ。ただその気を悪くされないかと思いましてね。
Yeah, Siconia by Andrina. You can't stream the entire thing, but ultimately, I don't think that matters. That's definitely a VN I recommend you read, especially if you like Higurashi.
実はですね、南沢はその昔、鬼の住む里って呼ばれて恐れられていたんですよ。
鬼って地獄にいる金棒を持ったあの？
というよりは人食い鬼ですな。里に降りてきて人をさらって食い散らかしてしまう。なんて怖い昔話があるんですよ。
Okay, so what's happening here? So we're getting more context for what Spirited Away means, and why is that relevant, other than plot progression. It is... Keep going. Give me a second.
たたりと鬼隠しは一緒に起こるって言ってましたけど、どういうことですか？
Oh, that's right. So it's setting you off on the changing of context, right? I remember I talked about this the last stream, but I couldn't go deep into it because it would lead to a spoiler. Okay, just keep going. Eventually I can talk about it. There's currently two thoughts that I'm having in my head right now. I remember the last time I watched Higurashi, I was thinking about how can I say this? I was thinking about inner and outer circles. So social circles, right? And how you are considered an insider and an outsider within the context of Higurashi and how they do that. That is something that I'll talk about way later into Higurashi. And the other thing I was thinking about with Higurashi, which came out kind of late last time I watched it, was also... Man, there's so much shit that I can't say. It's actually kind of frustrating.
たたりと鬼隠しが必ず一緒に？
Oh, I remember now. I was thinking about how two genres that are a part of Higurashi actually overlap, which would be it's not necessarily true, right? Not all horror overlaps with mystery, right? That's not the case, but they do at certain times, and you can approach horror as if it were a mystery, and I'll talk about that way later as well.
それは初めて聞きました。
Like how even though horror and comedy might seem like polar opposites in terms of genres, there are at times when they can overlap, right? So for example, horror as a social critique can overlap with a satire, for example.
そうなんですか、前原さん。
それは俺が聞きたいですよ。レナとミオンが話してたんです。お社様のたたりなら必ずたたりと鬼隠しが起こるって。
Yeah, I think so. That's my opinion as well. That the genres do very much not overlap. They complement each other, at least particularly in this story.
前原さん、最初の事件ご存知ですよね。バラバラ殺人。
ええ、6人の犯人のうち1人はまだ逃走中なんですよね。
Like if you were here for my Zero Escape run through, a lot of the way I read into Zero Escape was how I read into traditional horror.
例えばそれ。
Which might sound a little bit weird at first, but it's just a technique that I do.
逃走中じゃなく、鬼隠しにあったんじゃないでしょうかね。
In fact, I'm pretty sure I mentioned that at the time.
.じゃあその翌年の事故はどうです？誘致派の男と妻が一緒に事故死したんですよね。
実はですね、正式には事故死したのは夫だけなんです。
It was only the husband who died in an accident.
妻は死体が上がりませんでしたから。
Got it.
現行法では死体が発見されない限り行方不明扱いなんですよ。
Which obviously links back to being spirited away. At least that's the implication here so far. If you run down that line of thinking.
でも死体が見つからないだけで亡くなったんですよね。 鬼隠しとは違うんじゃないですか？
死体が出ない以上亡くなったとは言えません。法律で定めた年月が過ぎるまで生存扱いなんです。
3年目はどうなんですか？神主は病死、妻は自殺ですよ。
前原さん、実はね、これも全く同じなんですよ。
Although I guess it is a pretty fair question, right? Why are you telling me all this? Which I think he'll ask at the end of the scene.
"これらを鬼隠しと呼んでいいかちょっとわかりませんがね、前原さんの言う通り、確かに毎年一人行方不明になっています。
今年の事件では富武さんの連れの女の人が行方不明。
Yeah, so logically, you could argue that it doesn't make sense for Oishi. Oishi? I can't freaking pronounce his name. Oishi. I'll call him Oishi for now, even though it's not the correct pronunciation. Mr. Delicious. Okay? Why Mr. Delicious is fucking that's such a dumb name. Sorry. Why the police officer is telling him this, right? Logically, would someone actually do that in a real life scenario? But from an author's standpoint, it makes sense for him to say this.
じゃあ去年の主婦の撲殺事件はどうです？
So he serves a narrative and plot function. The problem though is if you do that too much, where it feels really convenient for the author, then you start making a character, one, less believable, but less of a character too. I'm trying to think of any other critique that arises when you do that.
誰か行方不明になりましたか？確か犯人は逮捕されたんですよね。
逮捕されてます。
I mean, usually people call it out as bad exposition.
以前に逮捕歴もあるやつでしてね、別件で取り調べ中に犯行を自供してます。ですがですね、犯人逮捕からしばらくして被害者宅の子供が行方不明になったんです。
But on the bright side, what he's saying does make you feel more paranoid, just as the same with the main character, right?
犯罪に巻き込まれたのかどうなのか。
I want to double check that one more time. Sorry. What about the incident with the housewife beaten to death? Who went missing?
現在も捜査してます。
Okay.
だって犯人は捕まったんですよね。それともその仲間が？
さあ、多分単独犯だと思います。もっとも今では確かめようもないんですよ。実はその男、取り調べ中に拘置所内でお亡くなりになっちゃいまして。
That's really convenient, huh? He swallowed a spork. Wow!
つまり過去5年間必ず死者と行方不明者が一人ずつ出ているわけなんですよね。
そうなります。いえね、私も驚いていますよ。こんな共通項には気づきませんでした。
Wait, what? One more time? For the last 5 years, there's always one person who dies and one who goes missing. That's about right. I'm surprised as well. I never realized they had that in common. Come on, get out of here, man. I mean, all these convenient cases happening doesn't lead me to believe that you're competent. I don't want to say that to your face, but...
例えば鬼隠しにあって失踪した人には何か共通点があるとか。1年目はダムの作業員、2年目は誘致派の男の妻、3年目は神主の妻。
Okay, so this is just for me to remember. First year was a dam employee. Second year was the wife of a dam project supporter. Third year was the wife of a Shinto priest, which... Okay, to be fair, he wasn't really liked. And I think he was also in support of the dam project.
4年目は被害者宅の子供で、5年目は交際相手かな。
Fourth year was the victim's family's child. And the fifth year was the victim's girlfriend.
特
Okay.
につながりはなさそうだし。
Yeah, that last part is kind of weird.
1年目はともかく、妻とか交際相手とか、そういう人が目立ちますな。
You're right, right. The Shinto priest didn't, I guess he didn't take a very clear side. The fourth year's okay, the victim's child. Read that one more time, please. That's confusing me. In the fourth year, was the victim's family's child. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay.
4年目に行方不明になった子供ってどんなだったんですか？
I understand now. Okay.
おとなしい感じの方だったらしいです。
What was his name?
年はあなたの一つ上です。
Yeah. What was his name?
名前は北条聡さん。
え？サトシ？
Okay. Yeah. We're getting here. I remember now.
あなたの学校に去年まで通っていました。
Okay. Which clearly means that Rena lied.
話を聞いていませんか？
He was at your school up until last year? Because Rena was here a year earlier, right? Okay. Actually, that's pretty fitting, now that I think about it. That kind of cold feeling that someone's watching. Yeah, I think she said she arrived a year ago. And Satoshi disappeared a year ago, right?
お社様のたたりか。
That's it. Rena's the murderer. We solved the crime. Pack it up. I agree. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of this village, man. Go back to Tokyo or something.
竜宮レナさんがですか？去年転校されてきた前原さんのクラスメートですよね。
Right, there we go.
女の子には刺激の強い事件ばかりです。怖がるのも無理ないんじゃないでしょうかね。
もっと確信じみたものだったように思います。なんていうのか、その。
Or it could be. I'm not sure why you disconnected this. She was frightened. Her sudden change in demeanor. That someone who looked like Rena but wasn't Rena. That might be unrelated. You could say that she was scared enough that she turned out to be like someone else, in quotes.
そうですか。では、こちらでも少し調べてみます。
Okay.
前原さんも少し竜宮さんの様子に注意してあげてください。
それはレナを見張れってことですか？
そんな意味ではありませんよ、前原さん。お友達が次の被害者にならないよう少し気にしてあげてほしいということです。
Huh?
ケイチ、ちょっとここを開けてくれ。
Okay, am I finally gonna see what my dad looks like? Hang on.
すみません、親父が来ました。
Actually, I don't think I've seen the mom either.
今夜はこれくらいでいいですか？
ええ、夜分遅くに 本当に申し訳ありませんでしたね。何か分かりましたら教えてください。こちらも進展がありましたらご報告しますよ。では失礼します。
圭一、早く開けてくれ。
Hang on, Dad. I'm kind of busy right now. Just give me a minute, Dad. Sorry.
父さん、両手が塞がってるんだ。
I got my hands full too. Wow, Dad. See, this is why I want a lock on my door. Sorry, cookies and 2 cups of black tea? I mean, thanks. I mean, I have tea already. 2 cups is a little bit much, don't you think? Yeah, I know, quite a show.
何父さん、それ何のつもりだよ。
もうはぐらかすなよ、圭一。入るぞ。
Okay, please.
で、何の話をしてたんだ？
別に何も。友達だよ。
電話の話じゃなくて来てたんだろう、今。レナちゃんが。
That just got a lot of awkward. Okay, alright.
来てないよ。
Yeah, she wasn't here.
もうごまかさなくたっていいぞ。さっきレナちゃんが遊びに来てたじゃないか。
What?
だいぶ話し込んでるみたいだったからお茶でもって思ったらすれ違いだったんだよ。
どのくらい話し込んでたかな。
レナちゃんが2階に上がったのが半くらいだったから小1時間くらいかな。
2階に上がったの父さん見たの？
ああ、見たよ。
Did you see her leave the house?
圭一の部屋は階段を上がって奥の扉だよって声もかけた。
Okay. Okay, got it. So, damn, that's awkward. I heard she. I hope she heard the very nice things I said about her, and how I was very concerned about my best buddy Rena, and how she's like the. Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, I mean, actually, now that I think about it, that's a very normal thing to do. Whenever I go to Scott's house, I say hello to his dad, and I stand out directly outside his room. And I say nothing. I also pet the cat.
お父さん、あまりからかっちゃダメよ。それよりアトリエを片付けて。
In fact, I'm inside Scott's house right now, and I brought my entire computer too.
またこぼすわよ。
I didn't say anything for an hour. Yeah. I guess that's how I imagined it. Yeah, sure. That's me. That's me on the right. Man, did you know that Reina's like the #1 streamer on Twitch right now? Her No, it's true. It's true. Reina's a #1 Twitch stream right now. She goes to people's houses without them knowing, and she streams what she sees. Oh man, that would be great. Social distancing, I guess. Let's keep going. Oh, this is a track I haven't heard before.
どうしたの？ケイチ、今朝は顔色悪いわよ。昨べは何時に寝たの？
I mean, you could have just let Rena in. Like, hey, Rena, I'm talking to a cop right now. Go ahead, come by, sit at a table. I'll talk to you next.
風邪かもしれない。なんだか食欲ないんだ。
あら、ちょっと熱あるんじゃない？どうする？
Oh God, he might be infected.
学校行ける？
Yeah, it's probably because Rena got too close without washing her hands again. Oh, who's that?
レナちゃん迎えに来ちゃったけど、どうする？お休みする？
休む。ごめん。
じゃあ、母さんが断ってきてあげるわね。
See, he's practicing social distancing. This is a nice guy, Keiichi. Oh, super convenient. My folks aren't home. Oh God, I'm already jealous. Just you can just walk into a hospital, you're good to go.
Maebara-san, 診察室へどうぞ。
Okay, I mean, yeah, why not? settle the bill. Oh, okay, all right. Already don't believe it.
やっぱり鬼隠しかいね。
どうかね。まだまだ若い子だけゃ。駆け落ちかもしられへん。どこの誰とよ。季節のたびに東京もんが来ちょったろ。
What? This isn't in Japan. This is America, guys. The main character is Casey.
でっけえカメラ持った若者が。
That's not Tokyo. That's Sacramento.
あれと仲が良きゃったって話。知られへんの？
そら知らんけど。でも、普通書き落ちっても仁義あるだろう。書き置きとか辞表とか書かんかいね。
すったらんかかんから駆け落ち言うんね。
わきゃ看護師さんの顔見られんようなるんは寂しいね。
高野さんはしっかり者よ。どこへ行ってもやっていけろん。
Okay, so you get that small tidbit of knowledge. Okay, and he leaves the hospital with that thought in his head. Alright. So he's not truly cured. Enough money to buy a snack? This ain't America anymore.
Maebara-san, konnichiwa.
Why, hello there, Detective John Smith.
今日はどうしたんです？学校はお休みですか？
ちょっと体調悪かったんで、今日は休みました。お昼を買って帰ろうとしてたところです。
Oh my god, save me! There we go.
そりゃよかった。実は私、お昼に行こうとしてたんですよ。ああ、お体に触るようでしたら構いませんよ。地元の食堂だと嫌でしょう。町まで行きましょう。ちょっと走りますがよろしいですかな？私、おいしいお店知ってるんですよ。
Did this ever happen in the show? I don't recall going to a restaurant.
昨べは遅くまですみませんでしたね。ご家族に送られませんでしたか？
いえ。
富武さんの捜査は暗礁に乗り上げています。自分の爪で喉をかき破るという異常さから幻覚作用のある何らかの薬物によるものだと信じているのですが、こういう症状、それも急激に引き起こす薬物はなかなかないらしいんです。もちろん検視解剖もそれを念頭に置いて十分に行ったのですが、手がかりはやはりありませんでした。
漫画なんかによくあるじゃないですか。
The thing you see in comics all the time? Like what?
体内に取り込まれると分解したりして証拠が何も残らないなんて、そんな薬
ありますよ。塩化錯視何でしたっけ？まあ、結構あります。でもですね、富武さんのような症状を引き起こす薬物にはそういうものはないそうなんですよ。
I mean, have you tried all the mushrooms around Hinamizawa out of curiosity?
じゃあ警察は富武さんはたたりで死んだってそう言うんですか？
I mean, this is the 80s, right? People are experimenting, so... Maybe he was just really hungry. Yeah, he was just really hungry after the festival, and he was like, "Dog, I could really go for some shrooms right now."
悔しいですが、今のところは。ですが、死因はともかく、死ぬ前に何人かの人間に囲まれて暴行を受けたことだけは間違いありません。たたりでなく、人間が事件に関わっているのは疑いようがありませんよ。
Yeah, it makes total sense if we explain it away with with drugs. We're fine. Tomatake got into a fight because he was hella feeling the munchies, and then he ate a random mushroom on the floor. Oh. Is this where I think it is? Let's see.
2名です。
Yeah, and then he scratched his throat out.
我慢します。
You know, some food is so bad that you can't quite, like swallow it. And he tried to regurgitate it, but he couldn't, and he was choking. So the only thing he could think of was to scratch the food out of his throat, and he killed himself. Okay, case closed. And Reina's the murderer. We're done. Case closed, cops. We're done.
こちらへどうぞ。
Let's bounce out of Hinamizawa.
ご注文がお決まりになりましたらお呼びください。
どうです？このお店のウェイトレスさんの格好、可愛らしいと思いません？
え？
I don't know. I have to see the sprites first.
まあどうでしょうね。
このお店ね、いっつも大人気なんですよ。お料理よりもウェイトレスさんがね。
ああ、大石さん、目がやらしいですよ。
うん？そうですか？
I mean, I can't tell her your eyes are closed. Man, I could go for that dessert menu. Look at that. What would I actually order here? If I could have any of these without worrying about my diet, let's see. Honestly, probably one of these. Maybe the middle one. It's pretty good.
昨日、ひなみ沢の昔話が出ましたよね。
ええ、人食い鬼の里だって言われてたって話でしたっけ？
私もあんまり詳しい方じゃないので、うちのばあ様に今朝ちょっと聞いてみたんです。なんでもですね、大昔はひなみ沢は鬼ヶ淵って呼ばれてたんだそうです。
Do we really gotta talk about this when I'm staring at dessert right now?
鬼ヶ淵。
Alright, fine. Yeah, tell me more about this dark history.
すごい名前ですね。
今でもその名前残ってるんですよ。神主の妻が受水自殺した沼の名前は今でも鬼ヶ淵というんです。
The marsh where the Shinto's priest drowned. Well, his wife. Okay.
沼の底の底は鬼たちの住む国とつながってると言われてたんだそうです。でですね、鬼ヶ淵は恐れられていたと同時に崇められてもいたんだそうです。鬼たちはある種の仙人でもあったらしいんですよ。
Mountain dwelling mystics?
例えば、不治の病にかかった村人を鬼ヶ淵に運んで治してもらったりとかしたんだそうです。
Okay.
鬼って言ってもそんなに悪い人たちじゃないみたいですね。
でもそこはやっぱり人食い鬼らしいんです。ばあ様に聞いた昔話ではですね、息子を治療してもらった代償として連れてきた母親を食わせろとこうなるらしいんですよ。
Wait, really? That's kind of messed up.
息子を治療してもらった対価が自分ですか？それは怖いな。
もちろん母親は息子を連れて逃げます。これをですね、鬼ヶ淵に住む村人、 鬼たちがですね、全員で追いかけて取り囲んで捕まえたんだそうです。
Okay.
結局、母親も息子も捕まって食べられちゃったんだそうです。
That's definitely a story that isolates Keiichi.
おしまい。
その話、矛盾がありますよ。当事者の2人が食べられちゃったんですから、その話が残るはずがありません。
ありゃ。昔話はこういうの多いですよね。でもですね、他の昔話にも結構あるらしいんですよ。鬼ヶ淵の鬼たちが総出で獲物を捕まえに来るというのは。
Oh god. Buddy, this is not helping my paranoia right now. Especially since you pretty much called all the villagers demons.
鬼たちの獲物は常に一人で、しかも前もって決められているらしいんです。
え？
ばあ様が言うにはですね、鬼の狩りの時には絶対に邪魔をしてはいけない。家に閉じこもって布団をかぶってろって言うんです。
Okay, what happens if you do interfere?
つまり、どういうことですか？
獲物の人を助けたり、かくまったりしてはいけないんだそうです。鬼の狩りを邪魔しない限り、村人には危害を加えない。そういうルールなんだそうです。
ルールを破ったらどうなるんです？
Fair question.
さあ、何しろ人食い鬼ですからね。
So the obvious. Okay. Well, I mean, how do you feel about that then? Are you okay with helping out people who are targeted? Obviously, as a cop, the answer is probably yes, but I'm gonna ask anyway.
じゃあ大石さんはやっぱり村ぐるみもしくは村人数人の犯行だと見てるんですね。
前原さんはどう思います？ああ、すみません。コーヒーのおかわりいいですか？
Man, 2 cups of coffee? That's a lot of drinking, man. Well, I guess I understand. Like, I started drinking coffee very late in my life, so...
去年、サトシ君が失踪した頃から私は不審に感じていたんです。
Okay.
それで、サトシさんのお友達、つまり前原さんのお友達グループの皆さんをちょっぴりだけ、本当にちょっぴりだけですよ、調べさせてもらったんです。とてもつまらない話になります。前原さんがつまらないと感じたらいつでもおっしゃってください。終わりにしますので。
Yeah, see, the issue is that, narratively, it makes a lot of sense to... Okay, how do I put this? So, functionally, it makes sense for Oishi to talk to Keiichi in a restaurant, obviously, right? You want other people to hear you. The other thing is that, from the author's perspective, it makes a lot of sense to have this scene as well, because it kind of drills in the sinking paranoia that you have and narrows your vision. There you go. It narrows your vision of what could potentially be what's happening, right? It makes you really fall down into thinking, oh, well, everyone's out to get me. That makes sense. But, sorry. What was I gonna say again? But I don't understand the logic of why someone who's supposed to be very respectable, who cares about justice and law, would not have an understanding that saying all these things would make the person feel more cornered, right? So I see this as a function of the plot and its influence on the reader more than the logic of its character. So like this wouldn't be something that I think logically Oishi would do. I guess that's true. Maybe I did miss something in the tips. Because I dropped a few, but not all. I read a majority of them.
お願いします。
1年目の事件の被害者は現場の監督さんだったんですが、事件の数週間前に園崎美音さんと取っ組み合いをしてるんですよ。
The victim of the incident in the first year was the overseer. A few weeks prior, he had an altercation with Mion.
何度か。
Okay, a lot of fights. Right, I forgot about that. Kind of shocked me too, because Mion didn't seem like that kind of person.
2年目の事件で誘致派の夫婦が事故に遭いましたよね。
I mean, I didn't think that Rena was a secret streamer stalker too, but hey.
現場にはお嬢さんも一緒にいたんです。それが北条聡子さんなんです。
Okay.
え？聡子って聡子
？3年目には神主夫婦が亡くなられますよね。そのお嬢さんが古出里香さんです。
Okay, so they tell you now.
里香ちゃんが
？4年目に亡くなった主婦はもうわかりますね。北条聡子さんの義理のおばです。当時は聡子さんはご両親を事故で失っていましたので預けられていたのです。被害者宅に。ちなみに4年目に失踪した北条聡さんは聡子さんの実の兄になります。
ちょっと待ってください。
Okay, so now it makes a lot more sense.
被害者たちはなぜかあなたのお友達グループに全てつながるのです。
偶然に決まってるじゃないですか。
前原さん、静かに。みんな見てますよ。竜宮玲奈さんは去年まで茨城の郊外にお住まいでした。まあ確かにいずれの被害者とも直接の面識はありませんが、実は調べてみたら竜宮さんは引っ越しの少し前に学校で謹慎処分を受けているんですよ。
Okay.
なんでも学校中のガラスを割って回ったんだとか。
レナが学校中のガラスを割った？
Okay, buddy, you're yelling.
3日間の謹慎が明けた後も復学しなかったようです。その間に神経科に通院し、何週間かの間、投薬と医師によるカウンセリングを受けています。
Actually, what is that? I'm gonna look it up right now. DYSAU Tenomia. An autonomic dysfunction is a condition in which what the hell? In which the nervous system does not work properly. Got it. This may affect the functioning of the heart, bladder, intestines, sweat glands, pupils, and blood vessels. This condition has many causes, not all of which may be classified as neuropathic. Okay. That doesn't really help me. What are the symptoms? An inability to stay upright, dizziness and vertigo and fainting, fast, slow, or irregular heartbeat, chest pain, low blood pressure, nausea, disturbances in the visual field. Okay. Hmm.
でですね、そのカウンセリングをした医師のカルテに、レナさんの会話内容が記載されているんですがね。
Oh boy. Can't wait to hear this. Yeah, what's up?
その中に出てくるんですよ。
It shows up.
結構。
何がです？
出てくるんですよ。お社様って単語が。お社様っていう幽霊みたいなものがですね、夜な夜な自宅にやってくるっていうんですよ。枕元に立って自分を見下ろすんだって。
Oh, damn. That line is good. In fact, I think I remember that exact line also in the TV show. It fucking scared the shit out of me, and it still is right now.
その後、しばらくしてひなみ沢に引っ越されたんです。ああ、そうそう。レナさんは、よそ者なんかじゃないですよ。
え？
住民票で分かったんですが、竜宮一家は元はひなみ沢の住人です。レナさんがちょうど小学校に上がるときに、茨城へ引っ越されたんです。前原さん。大丈夫ですか？
I think we cracked the case, boss. Rena did it. Let's lock her up and all my friends.
もう終わりにしましょうか。
I can explain every single murder.
レナのことは分かりました。じゃあその最後の被害者の富武さんはどうなんですか？誰と接点があるんですか？
全員ですよ。お忘れですか、前原さん。みんなで楽しくお祭りの晩を過ごしたじゃないですか。何人もの警官が皆さんの楽しそうな様子を見ていますよ。
Okay, yeah, that's fair. So I think you don't have to state the reason why he's saying all of this now, because that line right here really settles the word's not settle. Drives the implication. Okay. Now I'm okay with it.
そろそろ出ましょう。
Because, like, functionally, the scene works well, in my opinion.
ああ、前原さん。お昼の薬は飲みましたか？お家の前まで送りましょう。
Yes, I think so. Chronologically?
今日は病気でお休みだったんですよね。
And I think the third time it happened was her aunt and then her brother, right? Satoshi.
長々とお話ししてしまって申し訳ありませんでした。
Was that right? Is that the right order? What was it again? First time it happened was Dam Project supporters. After that, I want to say it was... Oh, God, I don't remember the order, actually.
なんで俺に話すんですか？
Okay, so first was damn project supporters. Second was Satoko's parents. Third was Rika's parents. Fourth was Satoshi and the aunt. So Satoko had a lot of family die.
私一応確認しましたよね。お話やめましょうかって。
じゃなくて、どうして俺に接触してきたんですか？
Okay, here's the question.
私ね、今年で定年なんです。定年したらばあ様の意向で引っ越しちゃう予定なんですよ。だからこそ在職中にこの事件だけははっきりさせておきたかったんです。
で、大石さんは疑ってるんですよね、みんなを。
これはこの道30年の勘です。前原さん。危ないのはあなたなんですよ。
Oh, that music died. Oh, no, it's back. Never mind.
私は今年で定年ですから来年の綿流しの日にはもういません。だから今年中に決着をつけたいのです。所長からも注意を受けています。一連の事件は個々に解決しているから蒸し返すなと言うんです。
Solved. Okay, got it.
これは一種の圧力です。
圧力って何のですか？
ひなみ沢の誰かですよ。着きました。この辺でいいですか
？Yeah, I think so too. Like, I legitimately think that you're going to die, and I know this will make you nervous, but here's information that makes me think that you're the next victim, and I want to do something about it, right? So that's the logic for why that existed. The scene prior, where he tells all these things.
今日の話はすべて忘れてくださっても結構です。ですが、私は捜査を続けますよ。お社様のたたりは今年で終わらせます。
何かあったら連絡しろってことですか？
いいんですよ。前原さんがどうしても連絡したくなった時だけでいいんです。ゆっくり休んでください。病気でお休みの時によくない話ばかりして申し訳ありませんでしたね。
Well, at least I understand how he thinks now.
私はいつでもあなたの味方です。それだけは信じといてくださいよ。それじゃあ、失礼。
I was about to make a comment about something, but I don't know how to follow through with it. I guess I should at least talk about what I was gonna say. But I remember listening to some interviews about scriptwriters in the movie industry, and they were saying that if a scene does not fit... Sorry, I'm trying to remember the exact words, so I'm gonna take a little bit here. I don't want to use the wrong word for this. It was not tied to plot. It was something like, if a scene does not... If the scene does not fit the narrative, you should cut the scene. I'm trying to think of how to explain that. What was the logic? It was something like... what was it? One of the problems of beginning scriptwriters is that they have scenes in a story to try to fit an idea, but it doesn't contribute anything to the actual story. And because that's the case, it becomes filler, and it doesn't help a medium in which time is very sensitive. and we're talking about movie scripts, for example, right? So with again, I'm struggling to kind of attach this idea to what we just witnessed, but give me a second here. So if a scene does not fit the narrative, you cut it. That is what professional scriptwriters say. Okay, so apply it to the previous scene. Does the scene in which you're talking with Oishi fit the narrative? Does it progress the story? Yes, because it's a bunch of exposition, right? Which helps the viewer understand where the story is going? Question mark? I'm thinking about that. It certainly has a very strong tone. Like it narrows down your view of what the mystery could be, which makes you more paranoid. So it has a very strong function for that. It also has intention behind it. We know that at the very end now. The reason why the cop is talking to the main character is because he's very likely to be the next victim, which again sets in that paranoia. So what else? Is there anything else that happens? So it's intentionally correct. The cop would do that. It explains a lot to the viewer, so it functions as exposition, which is nice to have when you're worried about pacing. And it controls the tone of the story. So that's 3 things in one scene. So I think that's perfectly fine, actually. Now the question is, can I think of an example of a scene that does not do multiple things at once? That does not serve a narrative function to the overall story? Think of an example of that, huh? Doesn't have to be in this. It doesn't have to be in this visual novel. I'm thinking about in general. I mean, it's more than just exposition, right? The scene with Oishi, like I said, it controls the tone of the story really well. So I would still argue that scene needs to be in the story.
畜生俺死にたくないよ
What you miss? To summarize it really fast, you missed a very long conversation with the cop in the main character, in which he explains kind of like the backstory Hinamizawa, and through that backstory, he gives enough reasoning for Keiichi's friends to be likely suspects in a bunch of murders, I guess, right? Or at least their families, right, and how they're related. Also, he talks a little bit about folklore of Hinamizawa and how it was called at one point. I forgot exactly the term, but like the demon's den or something. And there's a bunch of like stories where demons will specifically target a victim, and they would all work together to, well, eat them. Rena delinquent? Nah, never. She only busted some windows. That's what every student does at one point in their life. Hell, man, I pulled the fire alarm when I was like 6. That's actually true.
もしもし前原ですけど
お、生きてた。もしもーし、ミオンだけど、具合はどう？
圭一のお友達ですか？圭一は休んでますけど、変わりましょうか？
お父様で？すみません。
バカで引っかかってやがるよ。
I don't think. Come on. All right, whatever.
ケイちゃん。
Okay, so now he's starting to actually put on a face instead of being who he is.
元気そうで安心したよ。レナもすっごく心配してたよ。サトコはざまあないですわって喜んでたな。リカちゃんは病気でかわいそうですってさ。
チェ、みんなで勝手に大盛り上がりしてたみたいだな。
まあまあ。でさ、ケイちゃん、お見舞いに行っちゃ都合悪いかな。
お見舞い？いいよ、そんな。重病人ってわけじゃないんだから。
うちのバッチャが山ほどおはぎを作ってさ、お裾分けに持ってけって言ってんだよ。
I mean, sure, why not?
だから持ってくね。
It's only like 9:48 at night.
おいおい、風が移っても知らねえぞ。
おじさんもレナもおバカさんだから大丈夫。じゃあね、すぐ行くから。
What? I mean, are your folks at home, Keiichi, or are they still out? Oh, that was really fucking fast. 10 minutes.
どんな感じ？ちゃんと薬飲んで寝てた？
そりゃもうしっかりとな。
元気そうでよかった。心配してたんだよ。
悪かったな。明日にはもう大丈夫だよ。
You know, now that I think about it, the easy way to tell if a character is part demon is if they transform.
ちょっとお邪魔しようかと思ったけど、
Oh my
まだ
god!
本調子じゃないみたいだね。
そうか。
じゃあこれ、ケイチくん、みーちゃんのおばあちゃんが作ってくれたおはぎだよ。
Jesus. Look, Scott, it's part of the story, okay?
サンキューな。
Remember,
ミオンのばあちゃんによろしく伝えといてくれよ。
everyone from Hinamizawa has demon blood running through them. I mean, look at those hands, right? 1, 2. She has 4 fingers. What the hell?
その中にね、レナが作ったのも混じってるんだよ。ケイチくんに見つけられるかな。
うわ！
今日の部活を欠席したケイちゃんへの宿題ね。おはぎにアルファベットがついてるから明日回答すること。
お見舞いなのか部活なのかどっちかにしろ。
元気これなら明日は大丈夫そうだね。
I mean, the hands kind of like, sorry, the fingers kind of like melt into each other. It's kind of hard.
この騒ぎで熱がぶり返したらどうしてくれんだよ、まったく。
みーちゃん、あんまり騒いじゃ悪いよ。もう行こう。お家の人にも怒られるよ。
そうだね。もう行こっかね。
Is the entranceway a mess? I mean, I guess like if there's multiple shoes that they have owned, yeah, sure.
そうそう、ケイちゃん。
なんだよ。
お昼何食べた
I actually had Chinese food today. It took me a little while to remember that, but it was pretty good Chinese food, Mion. I had fish, salt fish, and I also had beef and broccoli. Pretty good combination, I agree. Don't be jealous, okay?
表で食べたよ。
Man, you guys find this spooky? Mio looks at me like this every single day. I'm used to it.
ケイチくん、お昼は外食だったんだね。
Man, they're hella jealous. Look, I might have been sick, but I was hella starving for some freaking Chinese, okay?
どう？おいし
なんでそんなことを聞くんだよ。
Okay, I'm kind of curious. Man, they look hella pissed in this version. I was say the PS3 art probably has the best kind of tone control. Leave it at that.
"渋いおじさまとご一緒だったみたいだけど。誰?"
You're not a good actor, Keiji.
へえ。
I mean, that also could be part of the plan. Well, I mean, he could have thought of like a good excuse, but he's not good at that.
ケイチくん、それ誰？ひょっとして、この間の人かな？かな？
なんでそんなことわかるんだよ。
さーてね、おじさんにわからないことはないからね。で、ケイちゃん、何のお話をしてたの？ずいぶんと熱くなってたみたいだけど。
みんなの話はしてないよ。
Oh my god!
ミオンともレナとも関係ない。
聞いてもないのにレナたちの名前が出るなんて、なんだか怪しいな。
Man, I would love to play Keiichi in like poker or something.
ま、何を隠れてやろうとも、おじさんには全てお見通しってこと。それだけを忘れないでくれればいいかな。
ケイチくん、顔色悪いよ。
Well, it's the fever.
もう横になった方がいいと思うな。
そうだね。私たちはもう帰ろう。
What does Mochi even look like? Oh, hi. What's up?
じゃあね、ケイちゃん。
Yeah, hi.
Ah.
You sure you want to be that close to the door? I'm about to close it.
明日、学校休んじゃ嫌だよ。
Okay. I'm gonna just lock this door now. Man, dude, do people in this village just have this, like, urge to ram their face as close to yours as possible? Is this a horror game? No, it's very wholesome romantic comedy. I mean, I wouldn't say Satoko is... Satoko, jeez, I cannot pronounce that name correctly. Is suspicious.
何バカなこと考えてんだよ。俺。
I don't know. Given the shit that's happened to her, I really would not implicate her. She didn't ask me where I ate lunch. She simply asked you, what did you have, right? But the implication was like you're talking to an old man. She knew that, so... No, no, that logically does not work, sir. He's really out of it. Okay, it's alright, man. Don't worry. Just take your medicine and go to sleep. Wow. None of this rings true anymore, especially given this music. Well, I mean, you had several scenes in which he was trying to convince himself of something else, right? So that's the reason why this doesn't really hold true anymore. Because of repetition of previous scenes. Also, what we just saw, so. I definitely read that incorrectly, but now I know by context what that meant. Okay. Whoa, 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 sorry, what's happening here? That's right, so that's why they killed Tomotake. That impudent outsiders speaking to the likes of me after everybody. Okay, so this is the logic of why he's thinking of why they would do that. Okay. Okay. Okay, but that last paragraph, though. Yeah. It's like he lost a bit of his senses there. To the point where he actually wishes for their death. As if... Well, okay, so the basic idea of this section here is... why would the villagers want to kill these people? Well, I think, as Keiichi, I think that's right. So that is why they killed this person. He's thinking from their perspective, right? And at the very final paragraph, he aligns his thinking with them as well. Those guys should just die to their curse. And apparently, it was a feeling that suddenly kind of... paved over him, I guess is what I would say. Because that's definitely a later reading that you can do.
そうだ。おはぎ食べないと。
Since we're on the topic of insider-outsider mentality, right? That kind of like mob mentality is what I would consider initially in the story the insider mentality. If you're one of us, if you're part of our group, you will be willing to narrow down people who are problematic to the group, right?
どれがレナの手作りか当てないといけないんだよな。
And in that way, it's kind of implying the direction of future stories. Okay, time to see what Mochi looks like. Red bean paste mochi. Okay. Letters written from left to right, A, B, C, D, and E.
.この一個がレナのか否かが勝負の分かれ目みたいだな。
Her grandma made a ton of them. Was told to give some out. Okay, so that means 4 of these for.
Yoし、お茶も準備 OK。
Speaking of tea, I guess I'll get some more. I'm going to have you guys hold this thought for a quick second. I'll be back really fast. Okay, let's continue.
まずはディフェンディングチャンピオンのミオンのばあちゃんからだ。どれ
Man, did I tell you guys how I was eating salad last year and then I chipped my tooth on salad? Because that fucking pissed me the hell off. I'm pretty sure I would have mentioned that. Salad, I chipped my tooth. Yeah, that's what I said. How is it possible to chip your tooth on salad, right? Because I was biting into that and I was going like, okay, well, what? And then something hard was in the salad. I couldn't even tell what the fuck it was. So I spat it out, and I also spat out a bit of my teeth. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Ever since then, I never ordered from that restaurant ever again. Well, the point being is that, you know, I might have had a bad experience with salad once. Doesn't mean I'm never gonna eat salad again. Which is kind of relevant because we're about to see something. Oh, what? He went that. I'm surprised that scene wasn't as dramatic as I would expect it. Like the music died halfway in between it. Yeah, this is a lot less impactful, I would imagine, because you don't even see the needle. You just see the remnants of Mochi. But I will admit, the first time I saw that scene, I had like this burning desire to make sure that when I chew food, I check for what's in the food. It was something that needed eventually to kind of just leave my memory. Okay. Hard to swallow, no kidding.
単刀直入に自殺させる薬ってないんですか？
直接的にはない。
遠回しですね。では間接的にはあるってことですか？
自殺したくなる精神状態を誘発することはできるちゅうことだ。
難しい言い方になりましたね。何ですかその自殺したくなる精神状態ってのは。
I don't know. Give someone a drug that makes them want to watch domestic kanojo. That would probably be one.
例えば一般的な心理学見地から言えばじゃが、心理面が内向状態から外向状態に転じるときに最も自殺が多いと言われちょる。内向状態の時は自信を喪失し非常に悲観的だ。だが自殺もせん。自殺をする気力すらないからだ。逆の状態もまた自殺をせん。今度は逆に非常に自信過剰で行動的なので自らを順風満帆と思う。だから自殺などせんのだ。
Honestly, I always wondered if I had bipolar tendencies, but that's something that you don't just randomly lose, right? So I guess I didn't.
なるほどね。どっちの状態でも自殺をしないのに、状態が入れ替わるときに自殺するんですか？
内向状態には自殺願望はあるが、自殺という大仕事を遂げる気力すらもない。だが、外向状態が始まると、徐々に気力が充実し、体の自由が利くようになってくる。
なるほど。つまり自殺する気力が回復するわけですね。
そういうことじゃのう。だからこの時期に変な気を起こさんように処方箋を施すわけじゃな。
I wonder if this is actually true.
では、富武氏はこの心理状態だったんですかね。
一般的に自殺はちゃんとした文化的な手法で行われる。道具を使用してな。自虐行動とは全く違うぞい。
富武氏の自殺は文化的じゃないですよね。ではやっぱり何かの中毒と考えるのが自然ですか。最初に言った自殺したくなる精神状態を起こす薬ってのを教えてください。
鎮痛薬の一部には 心理を内向から外向に過剰転換させる効果があると報告されとる。
So meth overdoses can possibly resemble bipolarness. Is that true? I actually don't know.
それから催眠作用を持つ薬を異常摂取した場合にも異常行動が報告されとるが、あまり一般的ではないの。
その2つは検視の報告だと違うみたいですね。他の可能性は？
あとは病気しか考えられん。甲状腺異常を引き起こす病気にしばしばそれに似た症状が報告されとる。だがそれらは概して特徴的な症状が多い。仏は違うの。
もっと突発的に発生するものはありませんかね。今回のケースと合うような突発性で自殺したくなるようなやつです。
他には？そうじゃな。脳障害によって精神に異常を発生する状態じゃな。これは薬物中毒でも起こるが、脳の外傷や一部の病気なんかでも起こる。
つまり薬によらなくても異常な精神状態に陥る可能性があると？
仏は犯人に囲まれて命に危険が迫っとったんじゃろ？
Okay, so these tips are ways of controlling your interpretation of events so they don't like branch out super freaking far away. Aliens from 1,000 light years away came onto Earth and made Tomatake kill himself. So you don't have shit like that. Got it.
極度の緊張が続いて、それに分泌異常が重なって、さらに打ちどころが悪くて脳に障害が起こり自虐行動に走った。可能性もあるかもしれんの。
Okay, so he entertains the thought at least.
もうちょっと省略して言ってくれませんかね。
つまり乱闘中に豆腐の角に頭ぶつけて、それで異常が発生したと言っとるんだ。
じゃあ星には殺意はなかったってことですかね。
Well, I mean, I hope your friends enjoy it, and it will be your first time, or it will only be your friend's first time.
ちょいと小銭を巻き上げようと思ったら、たまたま殴りどころが悪かったと。なんてわけはありませんね。
いかにも薬物の常用にせよ精神的なものにせよ、仏の身元が鍵を握っとるぞい。そっちはどうなっとるんじゃ。
あら、こんな時間、そろそろ戻らないとクマちゃん怒っちゃいますね。
I mean, yeah, there's that, but I don't think it's wrong to say that these also help you determine where the mystery is headed, right?
おお、頑張れよ。いいお年をの。
いいお年を。
What's the next one? Threat, sure. I'm not too crazy about these tips, though. Even though they're informative.
いや。今の皆さんは確か。
I'm already concerned about like the pacing of the entire work, right? So like jumping into all these tips can kind of be damaging, even though they're useful.
じゃあ、剣技と試技の園崎だ。
面白いっすね。親戚同士で剣技と試技やってんすか。
It's kind of like reading through Steins Gate, where they have a bunch of terms that you can click on and then see what they actually mean, right? But the scene, in my opinion, does not assume the reader is going to look through every single tip as they're going through that scene, because by doing so, it slows down your reading of it. And those tips, or whatever you call them, do exist in really critical scenes where pacing is really fast. Like someone's in danger, right?
これがずるいんですよ。お互いの名前で事前運動バンバン。
Yeah, that's essentially what I'm saying, Data. That these help you narrow down what is potentially something that exists in the story. I mean, they help you figure things out. They give you more context. How about that?
片方の選挙中にはもう片方が別に講演会を開いて二重に選挙運動やってんですよ。堂々と。
よくわかんないんすけど、それって公選法違反じゃないんすか？
事前運動にならない限り政治活動は無制限ですからね。クマちゃん、そんなんじゃ選対本部好きになった時大変ですよ。公選法くらいは勉強してください。
I don't know about that. You could say that they end at a chapter, and therefore they're just extensions. But the problem is, so much of this chapter, like I said, is heavy lifting, right? Because you have slice of life into slice of life, for example. And those are slow-paced for the most part. And if you're reading a tip on top of that, it adds more to the length of that slice of life section, even though technically it's at the end, right?
俺、知能犯化は無理っす。バカですから。お見送りしてんのは副所長とうちの課長っすね。
大石さんは友達多いから聞いてるかもしれないけど、聞いてるかな？
いえ、何も。
お母さん、ガモにはんぺん頼みます。所長んとこに議員の怒鳴り込みがあったんだよ。
あれま、そうなんですか。あ、お母さん、私にもう一杯ください。
Oh boy, here we go.
ひなみ沢事件の捜査の仕方で君を指名して陳情してきたよ。
A petition? Like what?
ありゃ、私？はてはて。
とぼけるなよ。例のひなみ沢の過去の事件。
Right. And then we also know that someone in Hinamizawa wants to have these kind of things be buried.
蒸し返してるだろ？
私、富武殺しで手一杯でそんな余裕ないですよ。ね。
本当に？本当にそうならいいんだけどさ。
Oh, man. So, like, personally, I would say after that needle scene, you kind of want to just go through the story, right? Because that's a very critical moment. At least, no, I think it's a critical moment. So having like slower paced tips afterwards feels kind of
ご
awkward
ちそう
for
に
me.
なっちゃいました。今月は負けっぱなしだったんで財布つらかったんですよ。助かりました。
Although this is not that slow.
いや、いいよ。また馬教えてよ。大井さんと同じ馬を買うから。
最近はダメです。馬の声がさっぱりですから。タクシー。
I mean, yeah, but how many people would stop at that scene of all scenes? I don't know, man. When you have two lovely young ladies walk over to your house and be like, "Here, man, have some of this delicious donuts," right? And you're like, "Oh, gee, I love donuts." You put a donut in your mouth, you chew on it, and you find out that there's pineapple. And then you spit it out because you're allergic to pineapple, and you throw every single donut at the wall and you scream to high heaven, "Why would my friends do this?" Right? You would say, "They're not my friends. No one's my friend."
ではではまた明日。良いお年を。
Right? Right? Localization included. You wouldn't stop there. You need to know why those pineapples were in those donuts.
大井さん。
はいはい。
過去の事件は全部個別に終わってる。縦に並べるのはやめるんだよ。村の連中は半ば本気でタタリを信じてるんだから。
Wait, is that true? I guess people choke on it?
私だってタタリなんか信じちゃいませんよ。
That sounds really unfortunate, actually.
大石さんは来年で退職じゃないですか。退職金でローン返して お母さんと北海道に引っ越すんじゃなかったっけ？
ばあ様がどうしても生まれの北海道に帰りたいって泣くんですよ。最後のご奉公なんです。退職金はまあな。
所長は退職時特別昇給を見直すかもってさ。
さすがインテリの若所長は言い出すことが模範的です。私たちの給料が血税で支払われてることを思えば、まあ時代の流れですかね。
Alright, I'm gonna let the scene auto, and I'm gonna grab some ice cream. We're talking about mochi, and I want something sweet right now. Be right back.
僕も模範的なこととは思わないよ。でもまあ、大石さんはそれだけの退職金をもらってもおかしくない活躍をしてきたからさ。僕としてはぜひもらってほしいんだよ。
もらえるもんならそりゃ欲しいですけどね。
もらえるよ。大石さんが大人なら。
運転手さん、引き止めてすみませんね。お願いします。
I find it kind of funny too, because like I went to, like everyone else, right? I went to the marketplace to buy necessary food, and then I was like,
参ったな。ローン返済できるかな。
and then I was like, you know, we need all these necessary food items so I can last a few weeks if need be, right? And then suddenly I thought to myself, you know what? I gotta add the most important food item, ice cream. And then I realized, thank God that I did that. Because this thing has been keeping me sane throughout these last few days. Ice cream. Who knew? Very critical. Also on the bright side, I've been trying a lot more teas lately too. Like usually I just default to green tea and coffee, I guess. I'm not sure how you guys are handling this kind of like quarantine situation, but man, if eating ice cream will make you feel better, freaking do it, man. That's what I say. Well, okay.
何ケイチ、どうしたの？
ごめん、寝ぼけてた。
I know exactly how that feels.
どうケイチ、体の調子はどう？学校行けそう？
Scott, please.
ちゃんと病院は行った？お薬は飲んだの？
うん。まあ一応。
一度生活のリズムを崩すとなかなか戻らないんだから。そら、起きて起きて。病は気からって言うのよ。 顔洗ってらっしゃい。ご飯はもうできてるわよ。もうレナちゃんが来るまであまり時間がないわよ。
Yeah, a lot of me kind of wonders after this all blows over, hopefully soon, right? How much society is going to be impacted by the events that are occurring right now, right? And then how people are also going to write about it in terms of, I don't know, artists.
そうそう。今の壁にボタ餅を投げつけたのはケイチ？
Because I never thought I'd be so anxious in a situation like this until I was actually in it, right? So
ダメよ、あんなことしちゃ。
this is definitely going to be something at the top of people's consciousness.
お父さん、怒ってたわよ。
Ah, man, who cares about perfect attendance? It's hella overrated. That's what I say. I also never got perfect attendance, so take that with a grain of salt. But whatever, it's overrated. Oh, man. They definitely repeated this multiple times. The idea that it was a mistake to find out the truth. And if I could just forget this, things would go back to normal.
そんな虫のいい話あるわけ？
I wonder if that's gonna... Well, we'll see how it turns out in the future. I'm kind of curious. Because... I don't know. I never really got that kind of feeling when I watched the original show. The idea that simply forgetting is the better answer. But the want for a return back to the normal, like the normal life, was there at least.
Keiichi! ご飯冷めちゃうわよ。急いで降りてらっしゃい。早くしないとレナちゃんが来ちゃうわよ。
あ、今行くよ。
I mean, is your breakfast the same damn thing every morning? Hell no, Keiichi. Ain't bland to me. Which reminds me, I should definitely experiment with different cheeses. What if breakfast was a needle? Well, what about the blobs of shit on the wall? Shouldn't he have mentioned that to his parents? They did? Hang on. By the way, were you the one who got... Yeah, you're right, you're good.
Hora, レナちゃん来ちゃったわよ。急いで急いで。
Oh, man, here we go. Well, it seems fine to me. Let's go. Straight to school.
ケイチ君、遅かったから来てみたけど、今日はどうかな？かな？
Okay, and then that at least makes sense to me. I mean, the problem is that he can't be truthful anymore, right? And now he feels that the only answer is to put on this facade. to kind of return back to the old days, but you can't anymore.
Gakkou, 行けそう？
ああ、大丈夫だよ。
よかった。じゃあ行こう。みーちゃん待ってるよ。
Okay. When the music died there, I got nervous. I was like, what?
なのにさとこちゃんね、絶対にできるって意地になっちゃって。
それで？
さとこちゃんブキッドだから何度やってもできないの。はう、かいかったんだよ。
あれ？ケイチちゃんにレナちゃん。今日はちょっと遅いんじゃないの？ミオンちゃん先に行くって言ってたわよ。
みーちゃん怒ってるかな？
Oh no, I didn't change any sprite. She just transformed naturally.
怒ってるかな？早く行こう、ケイチくん。
In fact, maybe it's just part of the main character's paranoia.
ケイチくん笑った。
なんだよ。
ケイチくん、今朝もなんか元気なかったから、まだ風邪が治らないのかなって思ってたけど。
Oh god.
大丈夫みたいだね。
I'm starting to feel very sick, guys. My eyes are playing tricks on me. Oh, I just realized that's her nose. I couldn't tell this entire time. I thought this character had no nose. That little line right here is her nose. I thought it was her blush. Are you sure? Hang on, let me see a different sprite. Her species has no nose? Give it a second. Let's see the next sprite.
De, ケイチくん。昨日のおはぎ、ちゃんと食べてくれた？
Oh god! Scared the shit out of me! Fuck! Dude! It was scarier with that sprite! There is no nose! You're right! You lied to me! Man, I actually leaned closer to the monitor too, and then that sound effect happened, and I leaned all the way back into my chair.
Keiichiくん？
あ。
Oh. I mean, just say which one's hers and call it a day, man.
うまかった。
そうなんだ。で、全部食べたのかな？かな？
Okay, this interpretation though.
いや、全部は食べきれなかったからさ、まだ残ってるんだよ。
あれれ？どれがレナが作ったのか当てる宿題はどうなっちゃったのかな？
Let's just say we could tell instantly.
あの宿題って今日までだったっけ？
うん、今日までなんだよ。みーちゃん怒るよ。きっと罰ゲームだね。嘘だ！
What? Jeez, game, please. I'm eating ice cream.
実は調べてみたら竜宮さんは引っ越しの少し前に学校で謹慎処分を受けているんですよ。なんでも学校中のガラスを割って回ったんだとか。
Oh man, come on, every kid does that. Hi, are you alright? That's actually kind of a cool CG. I'm fine with that. I would have complimented her as she was breaking those windows. Man, you looking hella cool there. Keep going, girl. I mean, he didn't like call the most likely option. People complimented her. Saying that she could have joined the baseball team. I don't know, man. If a friend of mine had a moment of delinquency back in their middle school or high school days, I'd shrug it off. Shit, we did a bunch of stupid shit when we were kids. Like I said, when I was 6 years old, I pulled the fire alarm. Super young then, but I've done dumber shit too. What are you hitting? What the fuck? Hey. That transition, though, what happened here? The answer was obvious. She would have undoubtedly acted according to her whims, meaning I would be the next window. Got it, okay. Because we went from what would people have done if they were watching Rena break a bunch of windows to if they tried to stop her, would be the next window. Okay. It's all good. I mean, if it were any other face, what the? I can see the. I can see. I don't know how to describe this. So when you have like PNG images and you're trying to use the magic eraser tool to make it easier to get like a transparent background, sometimes you leave lines, and that looks like what's happened here. That's cleaner though. Okay, all right. Okay, I was joking, Rena. Your original art looked amazing. Very clean. And Morrison, thanks for the sub, man. I mean, if we're on that topic of dumb stuff you did when you were a kid, let me see. I don't think of another good example here. Okay, all right, Rena. I'm trying to relate to you here. You have to crack my skull open.
でですね、そのカウンセリングをした医師のカルテにレナさんの会話内容が記載されているんですがね、その中に出てくるんですよ。結構。
何がです？
出てくるんですよ。お社様って単語が。お社様っていう幽霊みたいなものがですね、夜な夜な自宅にやってくるっていうんですよ。
Kind of reminds me of that. Okay, so this is necessarily not a... It wasn't intentional what I did, but I remember I was doing a school play, and the play required a lot of dancing and singing, so it was a musical. And my part was a dancer in that school musical, right? So, around that time, they were doing school elections, and I wanted to, you know, talk in front of the school and have a bunch of people vote for me, etc. Right? That was like a event they were doing for everyone who wanted to be elected for the school council.
枕元に立って自分を見下ろすんだって。
I'm pretty sure this wasn't on purpose, but inside my costume's pants for my character, there was a razor. And then when I reached inside, I cut myself. I was like, oh shit. I was like, what the fuck? What was this doing in here? And then I took my hand out and realized it was bleeding. And I still kept talking in that event to try to get people to vote for me. I was like, oh, all I said was ow. And then my hand was bleeding. I was like, oh, okay. I still kept going. What the fuck? I never really thought too deeply on that. Why the fuck was there a razor inside my pocket at that time? I bleed not for me, but for you, please. Sorry, this is a 50-50 here. Let me read this again. And then this relates back to something that he said earlier. I forgot what it was. Okay, so this connects to her being possibly possessed or haunted by Oyashiro. But I don't want to believe in this curse. That's why I say logically that all the deaths were part of a conspiracy. And every single time I talk with this person, I feel that's more of the case. Except the problem is, if I think logically about this, then it feels that the people, my friends, are logically connected. That's the issue. Down to this final line. If I refuse to believe that the curse was real, then logically, I would have to believe those who were kind to me were involved with these incidents. So either you have, it's all a fucking curse, and my friends weren't involved, which is creepy as fuck, but you would blame, like, you just blame the curse, right? No one else did anything wrong. Or, you know, people are out to get you, and your friends also don't give a shit about you. That definitely comes back and other writings for Rikushi. That's a strange thought process. In this context, at least, I never had to think about that. It's better to just believe in the curse. Don't worry about it, man. Because if you think about it that way, then your friends are okay. They're all just join the party. Right, exactly. That's it. The super easy mode way of understanding that. He just says it right there.
Keiichi-kun?
Were we walking to school this entire time and he said nothing? That entire scene was in his fucking head?
さっきから変な顔してる。
I think that's actually what was happening. Okay.
なんでだろうだろう。
Yo, what's up? Sorry. I was busy trying to contemplate life. Yo, Sakamoto, what's up, man? God, this smug ass face.
ずる休みのケイチさんにはお似合いですことよ。
She's like a gremlin.
ケイチもレナもおはようございますです。おはよう。さとこちゃんにリカちゃん。
Are we doing Umineko next? I still want to believe in Umineko's remake coming out, and eventually I'll read that, but it's not looking like it's going to happen, so give it 1 or 2 more years, and if there's absolutely nothing announced, then I'll just read Umineko.
何なんですの？張り合いがありませんわ。ケイチ、まだ本調子じゃないみたいです。
I mean, I didn't say that I was gonna read all of Higurashi. Right now, I'm still getting my feet wet with the visual novel.
だから、今日は加減してあげて、ね。
And it's not a problem anyway. It's not like I haven't done that
よ、
before.
ケイちゃん、しっかり休んできた？
Like, how long did it take me to finish all of the Zero Escape series? Several months, right? And then Love, same damn thing. I played most of Umineko, but I stopped at a certain point.
ああ、おはよ
Yeah, so like a visual novel being long does not deter me.
なんだなんだ。ずいぶんと覇気のない挨拶じゃん。差し入れのおはぎ、ちゃんと食べてくれなかったの？
う。やっぱ食欲がなくてさ。いくつかは食べたけど、だいぶ残しちゃったんだ。
あれ、じゃあ宿題は？どれがレナの手作りかってのの回答は？
ケイチくん宿題忘れなんだって。
ありゃあ。じゃあ仕方ないね。罰ゲーム。
I mean, you could just guess. I think he already knows, but just shoot that out if you're really that paranoid. Man, what a complete flip of the normal day-to-day routine. It's like I'm suffocating because of all this internal monologue. Whereas before, when I was reading Higurashi with you guys, it was dialogue, internal thought, dialogue, internal thought, right? That kind of pattern. And it went really easy to read. But now I'm like, this is purposeful, I'm pretty damn sure. I feel like I can't freaking claw my way up to the surface. Like, most of these scenes are in his head now. Did you know that I was such a fan of Higurashi back in the day that I made my MSN email based off of that teacher that you just saw? And then my math teacher got dangerously close to my face, lost her contacts in both eyes, stared at me, and said in a very deep voice, who is this sensei in your email? And then I immediately put my back to the wall to get some distance away from the teacher. And I said, no one, I promise. But in all seriousness, yeah, my teacher did ask me who that teacher was. And I was like, oh, just a character that I liked. Okay, so here we go. Look at this. Look at this. This entire section here, all in his head. That's... Jeez, man. Again, I'm pretty sure that's purposeful, right? I have no doubt about that. It's just that's how I feel. I cannot breathe right now because I'm being drowned with internal monologue. It felt the exact same way when I was reading Steins Gate Zero, where like I cannot freaking get out of this character's head. It's like I'm fettered to this character. Oh, it is the goal. I said that multiple times. This is the purpose. But it's so hard to breathe right now that I'm just stuffing my face with freaking ice cream. But on a really small note, if you ever want to make someone feel like they can't breathe and you're typing to someone in conversation, so like on Discord, you're talking to someone, right? All you gotta do is type and have no, yeah, you can choke them. That works too, Tears. Just type and don't hit enter for about 5 minutes, right? Whatever you're gonna say all you're gonna say. You can have space between words, but don't hit enter until 5 minutes have passed, right? They're either waiting for you to finish for ages, or you have a gigantic paragraph, an essay ready for them, right? And like to prevent that from happening in like visual novels, obviously you have ways of breaking up the indentation, or the indentation, not really, breaking up information that's being shown to you, right? But imagine reading this in its traditional format, which would have been a square format with a bunch of text like this. They make it a little bit easier by having spaces here. But I'm reading it like this, right? With no break in between. Except enter and go into the next line. But no one's talking other than the main character. And so far, it's kind of like drowning me because I'm having trouble, like... What's the word? It's melting together. There we go. That's what I'm trying to say here. But that's why it's important to know how to understand spacing when you're writing, right? So there's a difference between one very long paragraph that contains 16 sentences or 4 paragraphs of 4 sentences each, right? It makes it easier to understand. Each of them have their own kind of like feel to it. And then you can even have one-word paragraphs if you really want to emphasize one word, right? That's also distinctively a different style.
いい加減にしろよ、前原圭一。お前、命を狙われてるって自覚あるのかよ。
Okay, then he blurts it out, which makes you wake up, and then you see the then you see the CG, or the background rather, which makes you wake up. I've also seen some people, certain visual novels, where they're trying to write you into a slumber, seriously on purpose. Oh, Legacy, thanks for the sub, man. Yeah, but you're speaking to yourself, buddy. I'm pretty sure after that outburst, people are looking at you. I mean, is that the case? Let's see. I'll go ahead and save. I'll save in this slot here. And then I'll hit load. Oh, I mean, the sound could have been glitched, but who knows? Oh, what the hell? We're already done? Okay, I know exactly where we are now. Okay.
あれケイチくん、今日は都合悪いのかな今日こそ二人で大勝利。はあ。
What was the final line before that transition? Not too long ago, I would have probably have happily jumped into that circle and then cut Satoko plus music. Okay. Okay, so this time he says, "Nah, fuck that."
ケイチくん
Are you gonna hit yourself again? Yeah, okay.
大丈夫頭痛いの
I agree. That girl right in front of you is an evil demon.
顔色悪いよ。一人で帰れる送ってった方がいいかな。
いや、いい。ごめん。一人で帰れる。部活はみんなでやってくれよ。
ケイちゃんがリベンジ熱望してたってんで、今日はせっかくこの間の推理ゲームにしたってのにな。
Nah, fuck that. I hate board games. See you later, Mion.
ケイチさんにはリターンマッチに臨む熱いハートはありませんですの
Stop talking to me, gremlin.
情けないですわね。
No one likes your practical jokes. Yep, gonna bounce the fuck out of here. I never enjoyed playing Risk Legacy with Scott or my friends. I hate fighting games.
具合悪そうです。かわいそうですよ。
All you guys in the chat here for visual novels? Bah humbug. I hate visual novels. Let me get out of here. You're all here to get me. I know you are.
ごめんな、みんな。じゃ。
Oh, like a small step at a time. That's why the pacing of that line was that way. Dot, dot, dot. Okay, he's still fighting with this thought in his head. Whew. Oh, here we go. Okay, the curse exists, so give me back my friends. That's... Oh, boy. Can't wait to wake up to see scary images.
とにかく作家のモチベーションってものを理解してないんだよ彼は。
タイアップの話だって口約束なんでしょ？そんなに反りが合わないならきっぱりお断りしたら？
助け合いの世界だからお互い様だとは思うんだけど、これじゃ仕事にな。
I wonder if conveniently they'll leave the house again. Let's see. I have a question. So there's this thought that I've always had about Higurashi, but I don't know if anyone shares the same opinion that I do. And I haven't defended this opinion yet. Well, actually, no, I have. A little bit. So I thought that watching Higurashi when I was very young was probably not the intention, because that's definitely a show meant for older audiences. But at the same time, I thought to myself, this is exactly the show that I needed. And it made me wonder if Ryukishi had intended the story to have a very heavy kind of like adolescent themes that could be aimed at a younger audience, even though clearly it was very gory and such, right? Because to me, that was the story that really affected me, more so than, I don't know, other coming of age stories, if you want to call it that. So, say, Lord of Flies or freaking Catcher in the Rye. And I guess if your argument is that Higurashi is too gory and bloody for it to be an adolescent story, well, I don't think that would be a good enough argument, quite frankly. So I was always kind of thinking about that in the back of my head. What makes me think that this is such a... Well, I'll put it into the back of my head. I'm going to just keep reading this for now. Yeah, but does that help your argument, though? because you said the Japanese have different ideas what's considered good for teen programming, right? But I thought that in Japan, violence was considered more, what's the word? Violence is considered more of a problem in terms of ratings than it is in America, right? So therefore, if there's a lot of violence and gore, this probably wouldn't be considered aimed towards kids. That's what I thought, but then I look at shows like I don't know, Demon Slayer. That has a lot of blood in it. That's apparently aimed towards young adults, not young adults, 13 to 16, maybe older, whatever that age demographic is. It's a shonen, right? And JoJo's was shonen as well? Yeah, okay. So, man, I don't know. That's really strange to me. Like, I really thought that show would not be okay for kids. Why are kids watching it? But at the same time, I watched tons of crazy shit when I was a kid, too. Yeah, but it's not the age of the characters in the story that matter. It's the demographic that you're aiming it towards, is what I'm saying. You could have, I mean, for example, Madoka is a bunch of middle schoolers, right? But would you show that show to a middle schooler? I don't think so. Pretty sure the answer is no. I wouldn't want to ruin someone's childhood. Yes. Wow. Okay, I see how it is. But like, I don't have a super strong position on this right now. It's something that I'm just thinking about. I would be more inclined to argue that this story would fit an adolescent growing up, despite how messed up the story is. Mainly because of its message, actually, and how relatable it is being someone growing up. I guess so, but... Huh. So then here's a question, because we're on that topic right now as I'm reading through the scene. I know it's not directly related to the scene that we're talking about. I apologize for that. But can you name a horror-related story that is aimed towards adolescents, I guess? So don't count Higurashi, if you believe in that. Name another story. Do I have to add the caveat of, like, it's actually bloody? I don't know. Because Scary story to tell in the dark? Yeah, yeah, that works, actually. Don't fucking kill me. The original Ghost Stories, though, was aimed at kids, right? If I recall that. I'm like, why? And then, like, the dub Ghost Stories can definitely not be aimed at kids. I'm sorry, sir. That is hella messed up.
Yoshi, 少し見えてきたぞ。
I guess that means the next time I'm an uncle now, Jesus. So I have nephews? Oh my god, I have nephews. Yeah, you're right. The next time I see my nephew, I'll recommend him Higurashi and see how he feels. Oh man, we'll see how that goes. Thanks for the follow, man. I'm gonna read this last few lines. he's starting to plan out how to deal with the situation while peaceful music is playing. Got it. And his parents are talking next to him, but we hear nothing about what they're saying anymore. And he says that the way to conceal a weapon is to not conceal it, to swing it, the bat, in broad daylight. Okay, got it. To normalize it. That makes sense, but at the same time, damn. A note or memo? I could write down everything. Okay, so to chronicle what's happening to him. You know, a part of me wonders, like, is there any kid who's super young who actually enjoys scary shit? Cause like Goosebumps used to spook the fuck out of me. I remember there was this one Goosebumps story with a mask, and I couldn't sleep. Tons of kids love scary shit? I don't know, man. Never had that conversation with people when I was that age. Well, you were MS? Damn. I think that was the one dream. Okay, so I know I'm not really analyzing what's happening on the screen, but to keep it super simple in case you missed it, the main character, Keiichi, is diving further down the rabbit hole. He's no longer really taking in the environment around him. This scene that happened prior, his parents are talking about his dad's job and how he is having trouble with it, essentially. And that happens to give you an idea that that conversation is ongoing while Keiichi is running through all of his thoughts in his head on how to properly keep himself safe against his friends, right? And then he plans out this, I wouldn't call it elaborate, but he plans out how to keep himself okay in case things go wrong, such as I'll have a bat to swing at people, I'll write a journal to keep the policeman informed in case I die and stuff like that. So we're all in his head for a very long time now. This has been at least 30 minutes where I can't freaking breathe. So if you felt paranoid before, you can see paranoia on the screen, pretty much. And he's pretty much given up believing in his friends. That's where we are in the story. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with... Okay, also that, I forgot to mention that. He's pretty much given up on believing his friends, and he believes in the curse. That's funny, because originally the idea was between a 50-50, right? It was, I want to believe in this curse, and therefore my friends are not culprits, but it's both. It's the worst way you can go down that 50-50. It's they are culprits and the curse is real. Oh, he even refers to them as they. Oh, jeez. Oh, God, I feel terrible for him, man. All he needs is someone to snap him out of this bullshit trance that he's in, but that's kind of the point. Not that it would help, right? But, well, we see where this is going.
あ、話中ごめん。ちょっと聞いてもらっていいかな。
どうしたのケイチ？
お願いがあるんだけど、聞いてほしいんだ。もしもだよ。
圭一、急ぎの話じゃなきゃ後にしなさい。お父さんとお母さんはちょっと今、急ぎの話をしてるんだ。
I'm actually really curious. How are you smoothly gonna tell your parents about this emergency note thing you're gonna do?
もしもだよ。俺が死んだらさ。
Okay, very smooth.
死んだらさ、俺の部屋にある時計、あれを棺に入れてほしいんだ。
Alright, got it.
あの時計、工作の授業で作ったお気に入りなんだ。頼むよ。
どうしたのケイチ？
So, by chance, if I happen to get murdered brutally, put that clock, wink wink, in my coffin, wink wink.
何かあったの？
If I were the dad, I'd say that too. Shit, man. You okay, son?
俺さ、明日は早くに学校に行きたいから、もう寝るよ。おやすみ。
Fuck, man. What would I say to the mom? So, I think my son is on drugs. What do we do? I should make today the last day I went to school, Frenna. Okay, so you're always gonna go early in the morning and avoid her. Got it. Okay, if there's any tips, I'm straight up avoiding it, by the way. Yeah, not doing this one. We're gonna go straight through. Man, you woke up before your parents? Fucking, I never did that. Oh, that's not true at all. My sleep schedule in school was kind of messed up too. There was a point where I would just go home straight, sleep, wake up very early in the morning, do my homework, then go to school. That was also conveniently around the time that my mom thought the house was haunted.
あらケイチ、今日は早いのね。学校の行事か何か？
別に。
Yeah, my mom thought the house was haunted, and I told her that I think it's just me being up at night. And she said things like, I hear laughter at night. And I'm like, whoops. That's me, mom. I promise you it's me.
もう行くの？お弁当は？
She didn't believe me though. I felt really bad about that. But,
もうちょっと待ってくれないとできないわよ。
I saw a funny cat video. Yeah, it's true.
"今日はいいよ。
じゃあお昼はどうするの？
抜け出して商店で菓子パンでも買うよ。
That's probably one of the reasons why I have a habit of doing work really well at night.
そう。じゃあこれ、お昼代ね。
Specifically writing, because that's my habit. Like, I'm just a better writer at night.
ちゃんとレシート持ってくるのよ。
Way more quiet at night, too. Also, it didn't help that at that time, I was still a gigantic fan of Higurashi, so I would listen to Higurashi shit. So,
こんなに早いけど、レナちゃんたちもこんなに早いの？
Like, it was so bad that my mom brought an exorcist, I think is what you call him, to our house to throw holy water. And I was like, Mom, I really don't think this is the case. I'm sorry that I stay up awake at night. I tell her multiple times, Mom, it's just me being up at night. And let's be real here. If our house was haunted, me being up at night would have like, I would have seen some shit, right? But that wasn't the case. Fuck, I was alone in that house way more than my mom and my dad. I was like, dog, maybe my ghosts just really love fucking anime.
レナちゃんには早く出るって伝えてあるの？
Did I play the OST? No, of course not. That'd be hella rude.
レナが来たら、ケイイチは先に行ったって伝えてよ。
ちょっとケイイチ、待ちなさい。
But I have a really empathetic view on things like that, quite frankly. I think that's kind of obvious if you see me like talk about it in horror stories or like whatever, right? It's actually really impressive, right, Manu? That's why I said you love Dudley. Dudley is such a fun character. What's that stupid video series? Like, kids react to blank. Kids react to 12-frame overheads. They must be 11 or something.
今朝は早いわね。みんなで早朝から待ち合わせ?
Shut up, old lady. You're all in on together to kill me.
今朝は早くに目が覚めちゃったので、気分転換なんです。あまり気にしないでください。
レナちゃんやミオンちゃんはどうしたんだい？今日は一人なの？
ええ、まあ。
Man, this hurts my heart just reading his thoughts. Wait, what? It felt like it was trying to hit you. Yeah, exactly. All right, this visual novel could 100% use more than just stock sound effect footage, okay?
"待てよクソ!これってひき逃げって言うんじゃねえのかよ!"
Did it dodge in the anime? Not that I recall.
これって犯罪じゃねえのかよ、畜生!
Like, it looked like it was actually trying to run him over. I'd also argue that you can cut quite a few things from this section here. Because this dawning realization should have happened earlier, in my opinion. And then it would also help with his paranoia. In terms of how he's kind of being more, well, I'm not sure how to put it. Wouldn't the very first thought, if you're hella paranoid, be bam, that thought he had when the sound effect popped in? Yeah, so again, this is kind of like early Ryukishi writing. In fact, its earliest, as far as I'm aware. It should have been its earliest that was published. I don't know of any other work that he published before Higurashi. I'll have to look it up. I'm kind of curious if that's the case. But you can definitely see the development of his style in his later works. Yeah, part of me wonders if that was intentional, but at the same time, I don't think so, because this is post. Because it could be a limitation of it being a visual novel, right? Because you don't want to like have all these CGs because they'll eventually be expensive. But there's also the fact that this is post the anime, so you could have chosen to show it like you did in the show, or it could have been something like, yeah, Rikushi talked to the localizers, not localizers, the people who are making this version of his visual novel and go like, yeah, I actually don't want this to be shown. I actually didn't know that. That wasn't something that I was necessarily referring to, though. I was saying that this PS3 adaptation happened after the anime. Therefore, Ryukishi could have been like, well, because they showed it there, you could show it here, right? That could be a thing that you can make a decision for. But I feel like choosing not to have a truck here, for example, is not really intentional. Like, if Ryukishi was like, yeah, I have all the money in the world, let's have a truck here, he would make that decision. I feel like it's more of a limitation of budget, right? Certainly, with the very first original visual novel of Higurashi. I mean, what's more budget than those hands? I don't know, man. how expensive it is to draw a truck. I mean, it's time, right? So how much time can you allocate to drawing assets for your game? Or in this case, a visual novel. In fact, thinking about it now, has there been a single non-background, non-character drawn sprite in this entire chapter? So there's been like no showing of like thumbtacks or an eraser falling down or I don't know, a ball being thrown, nothing like that as far as I'm aware. Not that I remember. There was mochi on a wall, but yeah, mochi on a wall. That's about it, I guess. That's definitely something critical that you would want to actually have. But I say the truck is also critical enough to have too. But I guess having a truck there would require drawing a CG for it. No, not really. Nah. But at the same time, this VN doesn't have animation other than characters talking. You don't have like a truck that you can animate and then like have it drive through that background that you made there. So therefore, they would have to draw CG, I guess. It's not like Muv-Love, where that is a huge luxury in terms of visuals. Hey, support. How you doing? Cookie spent a ton of his own money on alternative. Cookie? Cookie has a response to how are you doing? Where are these lockers? I mean, in the show, the lockers were over here towards the left, if I recall. Ah, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't actually know that was his... What's the word? Intimate alias. Nickname, there we go. I really hope that the sequel to Alternative ends up being close as possible to the vision that he has, right? Kind of makes me wonder what Ryukishi Unchained would be. What would that even mean? Ryukishi Unchained. If you gave him a bunch of money and said, "Here, make a visual novel in any way that you want it to be." No, Ryukishi, no. We gave you money. Please stop drawing the characters. God. What happened to Ryukishi Unchained? Now my characters have 4 hands. Oh, I remember this song. When this song first appeared in the visual novel, I was playing the song on my left hand.
なんなんですのその身なりは。泥だらけでしたよ。
ああ、まあちょっとあってな。すぐ着替えるから勘弁しろ。
レディーの前でお着替えなんてしつけがなってませんことよ。
着替えをじーっと見てるレディもしつけがなってないと思うぞ。
Okay, out of curiosity, hang on. You're changing into the uniform? What? So this is your weapon, very fortunately. And there's a baseball uniform here.
男子は更衣室がないんだから諦めろ。リカちゃんもレディなら着替えを見てるのは良くないと思うぞ。
I just kind of wonder if editors exist for... I would say at least when...
僕はレディーじゃないですからいいのです。
At least when he first wrote Higurashi, I wouldn't imagine there's an editor, because why would you need... Well, I mean, it would be nice to have one, but...
じゃあリカちゃんも今からレディだ。
Like, he's his own group. But what about nowadays? Does he have an editor?
レディーなら仕方ありませんです。
Well, I mean, when I say editor, I mean someone who reads your works and goes like, okay, this could be cut, this can be changed here, etc. And then like tries to apply what you're writing towards the audience that you're aiming at.
ケイイチは野球を始めますですか？
Yeah, I'm thinking probably not for Higurashi. Because when I'm reading through this, honestly, I'm going like, I think you could cut this, and I think you could cut this and this and this here.
ああ、ちょっとさ、体がなまってさ、ちょっと素振りでも始めようかなってな。
健康に気を使うのはとても良いことだと思いますです。
Okay. Oh, bam right there, and also this line.
そのバットなくさないでくださいねです。
Thanks for the follow. I needed to make it known I would always have a bat on me so I could practice my swing. At some point, the sunlight had become even stronger. Disregarding my classmate as they made their... Okay. I mean, they've used temperature in the visual novel as like a way to differentiate... what was it again? Like, for example, I was in the car speaking with Oishi, and then when I got out of the car, it was hot as fuck. I mean, he didn't say it like that, but it was as if I was in a different world. Something around those lines. Like, returning back to reality, I think, is how they're using heat. That seems to be the implication, yeah. It's probably Satoshi's bat. We didn't actually check to see if there was a name on the locker. I mean, he didn't notice it. But Rika knows, or seems to already know, whose bat that belongs to. There was no name on the locker? Okay, well, even more. Jesus, well, okay, hi.
あれケイちゃんまだ何やってんの？
ああ、ケイイチくん野球部だよ。野球部だよ。
先に行ったって言われて驚いたけど、ケイちゃん あんた何やってるわけ？
Okay, I know he's not a good liar, but at the very least, just say you're interested in baseball or something.
見てわからないかよ。素振りだよ。甲子園だよ。
Okay. Sure.
別にダイエットでもいいぞ。
ダイエットってケイちゃん、そんなに太ってたっけ？
ああ、知らなかったろ。実は三段腹なんだ。
Okay, alright, very good lie.
もちもちでタプタプなんだぞ。
もちもちでタプタプ。
I mean, to be fair, he was also panicking when they came in here. What was it? Being bombarded with such a hysterical voice, I jumped, so there.
レナ、変な想像しなくていいぞ。
じゃあまあ、頑張って県大会を目指してちょうだいよ。
Alright, let's go.
おじさん応援してるわ。野球部の強い高校教えよっか。そこにいる左腕の亀田くんがすごいピッチャーなんだけどさ。頑張ってね。
Oh shit. That reminds me of a story. I'm not sure if I should go into it. I'll just say it very briefly. Apparently, there's a rule in... I forgot what they ended up changing the rule to, but something happened in baseball, in an American League Baseball, where a team had to change their pitcher, and they did a strategy of having a left-handed pitcher, I think. A left-handed pitcher recruited, and they pretended that the left-handed pitcher was going to be the pitcher that was going to play most of the game. And so they put him up at the very start. And so the opposing team changed their lineup to deal with the left-handed pitcher. Because apparently in baseball, how you deal with a right-handed pitcher and a left-handed pitcher is different. I don't know why, but I guess it's because of the angle at which the ball comes at you. And so the opposing team changed their lineup for how to deal with the left-handed pitcher. So after the guy pitches the ball once, they take him off and they put on their right-handed pitcher. And apparently that was so messed up that they had to change the rules of baseball to apply for that.
くそ、何笑ってんだよ、俺。
I found that actually really cool, though. I just think it's so awesome where you can do really funny strats in sports. Like people who try to camouflage themselves on the field of football. Like what? Really? That shit's awesome. What? A receiver pretend to be a lineman? That's fucking hilarious. Early day sports strats, man.
前原圭一のバカ野郎！だから！甘えるんじゃねえ！
That is... Honestly, I'd be pretty freaked out if I saw a guy yelling at himself and smacking a bat at the ground. I mean, he's doing it to try to kill his softness, is one way of putting it. I forgot how this happened, but I know that there was a point in American football where some coach hired a very, very, very tall basketball player, apparently, and the only thing he wanted him to do was stand near the the goalpost and wave his hands. I'm like, what? I think that was when people kicked off or some shit. I wish that was still a thing, because that sounds funny. That you would you would hire a player just to wave their hands and try to goaltend in football. What? yeah. I'm not lying. I promise you. Look it up. Google. I don't even freaking watch sports, man, and I find this stuff interesting.
やろうやろう。部活の時間なんだよ。だよ。
ほらほら、ケイちゃん、ぼーっとしない。机を寄せて寄せて。
Okay, so far, Keiichi's not doing the best at being stealthy here. Kind of curious what he's gonna do with this. So he's left early from school. He's pretending he has an interest in baseball and smacks his baseball on the ground in anger. And now he's asked to, what's his lunch period? What is it? Is it gaming period? Club time. It's club time. So what's gonna happen here? Makes sense. He's gonna bounce.
なんだよ、ケイちゃん。今日も直帰なわけ？
気分が乗らないんだ。しばらくほっといてくんないかな。
圭一くん、やっぱり女の子と一緒に遊ぶのなんか嫌だったかな？
そういうわけじゃねえよ。
They really dialed this up in the visual novel. This kind of like guilt prickling him. Footsteps? I mean, this definitely would have been a good time to have the sound effects for footsteps, man. In which case, it would alleviate the amount of description that you're throwing into my face right now. In fact, you just have the scene play, right? But I imagine they're gonna do that later. I hope they do that later. But I really feel like that's a missed opportunity here. Definitely something that you can say with budget. Oh, man. Because then you can do things like looking forward, cut to back. Looking forward, cut to back, right? And then every single time you look back, the steps stop, as an example. And that wouldn't be that hard to do, but then you would need a CG that shows the front of this.
おい、いるんだろそこに。分かってんだよ。そこにいるのはよ。レナ。なんか俺に用かよ。
別に
部活はどうしたんだよ。
ケイチくんがお休みしたからレナもお休み。
関係ないだろ。俺なんか気にしないで遊んでろよ。
だってケイチくんのこと心配で。
I mean, he's really breaking down all these logical explanations now. Like, nah. Can't be that. Well, that's a major switch that I like in terms of the writing, though.
もうついてくんなよ。ついてくるなって言ってるだろ。
Yeah, but this is also why I'm super hype for the inevitable FinestKO remake, right?
だってレナの家も同じ方向だし。
Because I want to see like the best version of Ryukishi's like visual novel.
じゃあレナが先を歩けよ。レナが見えなくなったら俺も歩く。
レナはケイチくんと一緒に帰りたいな。ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい。
分かったならほら行けよ。早く行けよ早く。
行くから。そのバットやめてよ。怖いの。
行けよ。これなら文句ないだろう。おい、立ち止まるなよ。
Oh, that actually happens? The wind? The smell of the air had changed? Oh god. The silence actually is...
ごめんね。聞いてもいい？
なんだよ。
どうしてバットなんか持ってるのかな
俺が何を持ってたっていいだろ。
でも、昨日まで持ってなかったし。どうして突然？
別に突然でもいいだろ。俺がバットを持ってるとおかしいかよ。
だって圭一くん、野球とかしない人だったでしょ？おかしいよ。
突然野球がしたくなったんだよ。それじゃおかしいか？
おかしいよ。
突然野球がしたくなった。素振りがしたくなったからバットを持ち歩いてる。それのどこが変なんだよ。
Yeah, I just suddenly became a fan of the Golden State Warriors. Okay.
おかしい。絶対。なんで圭一くんまで。
ぶつくさとうるせえやつだな。俺がスポーツに目覚めるのがそんなに変かよ。
Yeah, sure, the LA Rams. Let's go with that.
ごめんね。そんなに怒らないで。最後に一個だけ教えて。
これ以上話す気も教える気もねえよ。早く行けよ。
なんでバットまで同じなの？
That is a really good question. Why is the bat the same?
お前何言ってんだ？
だからなんでバットまで同じなのかなって。
何を言ってんだか全然わかんねえよ。もっとはっきり言え。
だからどうしてバットまでサトシ君と同じなの？
サトシってえ
Right, okay. So that comes out now. Oh, yeah, that's the line. It's a little bit more than just that he has the same bat, though.
ああ、これサトシのバットだったんだな。誰も使ってなかったんでちょっと借りたんだよ。いいだろそれくらい。
そんなことじゃないの。サトシ君の時とどうしてそんなにまで同じなの？
There we go.
サトシ君もそうだった。野球チームには入ってたけど本当は野球なんか好きじゃない人だったのに。
それが俺とどう関係が？
サトシ君もある日突然バットを持ち歩き始めたの。チームに入ってただけでスポーツなんかしない人だったのに。サトシ君もね、ある日突然一人で投稿するようになったの。圭一君みたいに。そしてね、ある日突然素振りの練習を始めたの。圭一君みたいに。そしてね、ある日突然バットを持ち歩くようになったの。圭一君みたいに。そしてね、ある日突然。
I got it. Okay, so the reason why Keiichi and Satoshi's actions are exactly the same, paranoia and all, is because the curse makes you into a sudden sports fan. Specifically baseball, okay? Wrap it up, Reina. We're good. We're done here. The curse is solved. I'm gonna go talk to the police right now.
レナ、ある日突然サトシはどうしたんだよ。答えろよレナ。サトシはどうしたんだよ。
言ったよね、ケイチ君。
Damn. I know this is supposed to look creepy, but I think it looks very cute. I think it looks really amazing. We're in there now. This is how the scene is originally meant to be played. Thanks for the follow. Oh god. I love how the space is just covered instantly.
言ったよね、ケイチ君。サトシ君はね、転校しちゃったの。しないよね、ケイチ君は。
I'm really curious how the 2020 Higurashi adaptation is going to handle all these decisions. The bright side is there's a lot of room for interpretation, given that the visual novel, at least this version of it, doesn't show everything, right? So you can do a bunch of stuff here.
何をだよ。
転校。
Okay. Sorry, one more time. The friends he had gone along with had changed suddenly and for no reason planned to kill him. Okay, at least we have the understanding of Satoshi's mindset, at least via Keiichi. Presumably. What the? I want to see how this is animated, because you definitely could have done a little bit better with this presentation here. You can hear the sound of them blinking. That's a sentence. No way you could hear that. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, his voice scared the shit out of me. Okay. Yeah, and you have to be very careful animating that too, because we don't hear a voice here for, I think, obvious reasons, but it was definitely there though, right? Makes you kind of wonder how they did it in the original. Huh. Not the original, I mean the TV show. Yeah, but these moments were really fun, I think, where the paranoia is at its peak, and the imagery of someone following you around that you can't see, that was the shit, man. Waking up in the dead of night to someone watching you from above your bed. Oh, that's the shit. Need more of that. Yeah, I remember that actually very specifically spooking me the fuck out when I started Higurashi when I was younger. Oh man, they could have at least added some breaks on the walls, because they did it with the mochi, right? I think that would be really nice as an added effect here. Whew. That's a good line. It's always nice to have like a line that you could settle on and be like, yeah, damn, that was good. Sign off on it. I like this one. I beat them all back with the strongest exhaustion. Did he just hallucinate a demon? Possibly. Or maybe someone really was there, Kyobi. What just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon. Okay. Okay. What was this line? Either I've been possessed by the supernatural phenomenon known as the curse, or this is a ruse. Okay, so those are his 50-50 no's. It's not... Whereas before, it was logical, you know, the... Actually, that's still kind of there, right? Okay. Either it's the curse, or it's the villagers. But before, it was more like, this is a positive 50-50. There's one thing here that could explain it, that feels logical, and it wouldn't be that bad. And then there's the curse. But now it feels like bad and bad. But that's actually what really kind of shows that kind of downfall, right? It became, okay, it could just be this. It's all logical, no problem. Doesn't involve my friends at all. Or it's a curse. And then it goes, it does involve my friends, and it's a curse. And now it's a curse, and everyone's out to get me. So the options become far more narrow. Definitely been repeating that idea. Right, so he's what's the word? He's so detached from reality now that he realizes at least some aspect of that. And by telling his only ally in the situation that he's going crazy, would be the final nail in the coffin, I guess. Like, that this guy won't help me. Like, I have to give him an explanation that doesn't involve the curse, otherwise fucking I'll even lose him. And he doesn't add it. Got it. You're already down that path, man. Except what has actually happened as reality. Okay. Huh, that's a line. I definitely didn't exist. But hi, sorry. What was I again? Sorry, just had a strange train of thought. 1 second, I thought I was a huge fan of the Red Sox, and then I woke up and realized I was in California.
Moshi, 前原です。
圭一、お母さんだけど。
Wait. Oh. So, you know, I had this thought for the longest time that conveniently it seems that authority figures in horror stories tend to be unreliable, and it makes sense why, right? Because, for example, if there's a zombie outbreak and you had a reliable army, then the zombie outbreak wouldn't happen, right? Because the army would take out all zombies and you're done. So in this case, I was like, well, you can't have scary shit if the parents are around, right?
何？別に俺、夕食はインスタントでもいいよ。まだいっぱいあったでしょ。
Well, it did work for Shaun of the Dead, I guess. But I wasn't scared at Shaun of the Dead. I thought shit was funny, man.
だからさ、買い物に行く必要はないんじゃないの？
圭一、買い物のお願いじゃないの。お父さんとお母さんね、お仕事の関係で急遽東京に行かなくちゃならなくなったの。
Mom, why?
今から？
Suddenly?
もう着いちゃってるの。お昼には出発してたからね。圭一もお父さんとお母さんの話を聞いてたからわかるかもしれないけど、お父さんのお仕事の契約がね、今ちょっとうまくいってないの。お父さんはそういうのに繊細な人だから、このままだとお仕事にも影響が出ちゃうの。
I mean, it makes sense to me. Also explains why they had that scene for multiple reasons.
でも、そんなの電話でやり取りすればいいじゃないか。
圭一、お父さんのお仕事なんだから、もうちょっと応援してあげて。とにかく電話よりも直接会って話した方が早いの。誤解もないし。だから帰るのは明日の晩になっちゃうの。圭一、一人で大丈夫よね。
Oh God, what a line! Mom, remember what I was talking about last night? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. The clock. Mom, come back soon, please.
別に死にゃしないよ。
圭一、死んじゃうなんて軽々しく言っちゃダメよ。心配事があったら相談してね。母さん、きっと相談に乗れると思うから。
死なないよ。俺は、あがいてでも生き延びる。
That's a line.
そう。じゃあね。明日の朝、ちゃんと起きるのよ。朝ごはんは食べてね。お風呂と歯磨きも忘れないのよ。
へいへい。そんじゃ。
All right. I'm gonna be right back, grab some water, and leave you on that line. It'll be fast, don't worry. Okay. Yeah, the visual novel definitely takes its time. I'm like, oof, wow. Your garage door is normally open? What? There's a lot of things to correct, I guess. Sure, I tripped and fell and broke the cupboard.
もしもし、前原です。
あら、圭一くん、お母様はいらっしゃいますかしら。
今ちょっといないんですけど。
Okay, that's a little smoother. No, she isn't here at the moment, but I can take a message, right?
すぐに戻ると思います。
Yeah, she'll be back soon, but I'll take a message.
なら結構です。大した話でもありませんから。では失礼しますわね。
What? Okay, fine.
もしもし。
どうも、夜分遅くに申し訳ありません。
Well, shit. Go ahead, man. Take it away.
私、沖宮書房の大石と申しますが。
大石さんですか。
前原さんですか。こんばんは。お元気そうで何よりです。
Well, it also depends on the light novel, because some light novels were intended to be read on phones, I'm pretty sure, actually. So there's that, right? And there's also the kind of lax form of a light novel compared to an actual novel. You'll notice things like... what's a good example of this? I'm trying to remember. There's one distinct feature of a light novel that I remember, making it really easy to read.
ちょっと待ってくださいね。
I mean, even then, light novels as a medium are very varied. So you can have like super thick light novels, and then you can have ones that are read like dialogue into dialogue into dialogue into dialogue, and you go on for so freaking long of dialogue that you start losing who's talking. But if you're like, I think that visual novels have too much text. Well, first, novels in the name. Second, that isn't always the case. So when it comes to the competency of a writer, well, we're talking about word economy again, right? So we're talking about written mediums. So we'll say a novel, obviously, a poem, a script, so on and so forth. Depending on the medium, there can be a different kind of pressure for how accurate your words must be. So, for example, at the very top of the written mediums that I said, I would say a poem is the number one out of things mentioned, right? The reason why is that for a poem, form is part of its message. the way the poem is structured visually actually does account for what the message is, right? And sometimes we can do something really silly, like I don't know, the poem is actually about cats, and the cat is drawn in by the words on the page. Yeah, that'd be very silly, but that's an example, right? Sometimes the words on the page for a poem must fit a specific type of rhythm, say, I don't know, iambic pentameter, right? And so your words have to be a certain amount of syllables, for example, or you have to have a specific amount of words per line, right? And so the word that you choose has to cover more meaning than what would normally be intended, right? So if I say, let me try to cut this down as much as I can. It was the same no matter where I was, since there was no one else at home. A poem that wanted to say that in 5 words because it was required would say something like, no matter what it's the same. I'm off by 1 word. Okay. No matter. Let's go period. It's the same. Sure, something like that. You get the point though, right? Where the form of the poem requires the conciseness of the things that you're saying. Whereas a novel, on the other end of the spectrum, you have a lot more leeway to use more words in expressing your idea. And that's kind of why, at least I think so, early novels were considered more of a... They weren't considered professional at the beginning, early novels. In fact, poems were a man's writing, and early novels were considered a woman's writing, right? And then eventually that obviously changed. So there's that difference, right? Where the medium can have a different kind of like bias for word economy. Now, if you have the prejudice, it's not that terrible. If you believe that visual novels are nothing but like crazy amounts of words without that much emphasis on conciseness, I can give you a few examples in which word economy is very high. I still think Wipe Album 2 is a really good example of like they do not waste words in a scene because the author for that visual novel is very aware of communication nuance. For Higurashi early on, I would say, for Rikishi's early writing, Higurashi, for example, I would say it's not as concise, right? I can read through this and say, you should probably cut this. You could definitely have fewer descriptive words here. I know it sounds really stupid. Hang on, give me a second. You could have fewer words here because if you emphasize the visual aspect of the visual novel more, it would take away some of the burden of its writing, right? So you don't have to describe the fucking trees. You can just show the trees and then you're done. As an example, right? And so I think the best visual novels out there definitely know how to use both aspects of the medium, right? The visuals and the novel format. And obviously there's sound as well. If you can use all aspects of that, then you've fully utilized what's the most beautiful thing about this medium. But if you're emphasizing more on the novel side, then people can feel a little bit, this is kind of hard to read, right? But I still think that VNs are an amazing medium for transitioning your understanding in between different ideas. Like, let's say you don't have any understanding whatsoever about like film, right? And you want to understand how visuals can influence your interpretation of a scene. Visual novels, the good ones at least, are able to convey that in kind of a small step towards that, right? Or maybe you don't understand how sound can influence a scene, and you're very new to that. I think VNs can do that very well as well. In fact, a lot of you are noticing how often there is silence in this visual novel, and then suddenly when tension is broken, you got music, right? Very basic understanding of how sound can be used to how silence can be used to create tension, right? And then also sound directing, which is, I mean, if you know what a director is, a sound director is someone who uses sound to convey meaning at specific time points. So a sound director would be like, okay, so when Keiichi says this line, put in this track right here to emphasize the tone for the scene, so on and so forth, right? But yeah, man, if you want to read a visual novel that's really concise, I'll give you a few examples if you're curious. But again, remember, this is really early Rikushi writing. I can freaking tell.
もしもし、聞こえてますか、前原さん。
え、あ、すみません。なんて言いました？
その後、何か変わったことはありませんかとお尋ねしたんです。お返事がないんで焦りましたよ。
特には。
Well, the first thing I would recommend then is you've seen me read this and you're reading it with me. If you want to know Rikushi at a more concise level of writing, just go straight to Synconia. I've already recommended White Album too. What else? If you want to know how visuals can take a lot of weight, not weight, it can help writing be a lot quicker, then Love is an easy example too. If you want to see what Jun Maeda's writing is like when he doesn't have to write 60 plus hours into a story, give Planetarian a try.
大石さん、やっぱり俺、命を狙われているみたいです。
本当ですか？
偶然の可能性もあるんですが、先日俺が病気で休んだ日、夕方にあの二人がお見舞いに来たんです。
あの二人？
レナとミオンです。そしてそこで大石さんと一緒に昼飯を食ったことを正されました。
それで
お見舞いってことでおはぎを置いていったんですが、その中に針が入ってたんです。偶然飲み込まずに済みましたが、これってやっぱり脅迫でしょうか？
その針は？
よく見かけるような普通の裁縫針のようでした。糸を通す穴が開いていて。
違いますよ、前原さん。針です。証拠になります。脅迫だと立証できるかもしれません。その針はありますか？
I will say this though, the visual novel does a better job at making Keiichi's paranoia believable. Not that the TV show didn't do that, but also not make him seem like a freaking idiot. Because you have so much time to see his descent into this madness that it's like, okay, I get it, right? But I remember when this scene was first introduced to me, I was like, are you a fucking moron? But this isn't the greatest example of that, though. Because I can understand someone being so panicked, they didn't think about the very thing that made them scared. Also the fact that the parents, I believe, cleaned up the mochi in the wall anyway. But there are certainly examples of that, I think, in the original TV show, where it doesn't really jive too well that Keiichi's actually supposed to be a smart person. And again, this is kind of why I really want to see Ryukishi Unchained. Like, how much does he know about the visual aspects of the VN? Because it feels like if he's always been held back by not having the budget to experiment, then I'd feel kind of sad about that, right? But what if he actually does know a lot about it? I want to see it. Makes me wonder if he could transition into the into script writing TV shows because Jun had a lot of issues doing that with Angel Beats, in my opinion, and with what the fuck was that show called again? Begins with C. There's a girl who hates like melons in it. She has like this really memey face. Charlotte, there we go. Very memey face. Kind of makes me impressed that people were able to adapt his VNs into actual animations. Because that must have been the struggle, man. Oh, God. And I'm going to have to learn how to write a script, too. In, like, the next 2 weeks, I'm going to have to sit down and be like, okay, how do I properly write this?
どうでしたか?
見つかりません。
For a video essay. I'm not, like, writing a script for a TV show.
あの時はつい気が動転していて。
そうですか。見つかればでいいんです。保管しておいてくださいね。
あと大石さん、それだけじゃないんです。
Low conceptor? I actually don't know what that means. Can you explain?
実は今朝。
その車のナンバープレートは見ましたか? こちらでも探してみます。
すみません。白いワゴン車ってこと以外はわかりません。
仕方ないことですよ、前原さん。惹かれかければ気も動転します。
やっぱりこれらって偶然じゃないですよね。あとレナの様子もやっぱり怪しいです。
それはどんな感じですか？
レナは知っています。去年の鬼隠しにあったサトシのことを何か知っています。
それは具体的にどういうことですか？
レナが言うには、俺はサトシとそっくりらしいんです。このまま行くと俺もサトシと同じ運命をたどると、そんな感じのことを言うんです。
Okay, that's obviously gonna sound like a threat, so...
運命ですか？具体的にどんな運命をたどるか言及しましたか？
転校と。
転校？
レナはサトシは転校したって言ってるんです。で、俺もこのままだと転校しちゃうぞって。
前原さん、それはおそらく何かの脅迫、もしくは。
俺もそう思ってます。
I'm surprised this music's still playing. What the hell? Really? There's no tenseness in this scene whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, he is the pillar of support, which is why when he called and he heard his voice, the music played. But that's... Let's see. Let's keep reading. That's a description I didn't know. Oh.
大石さん、聞きたいことがあるんです。隠さないでくださいね。
ええ、何でも聞いてください。
He's definitely not there. No reaction to that?
実は、レナの。
Okay, go on. 7 o'clock. Okay.
もしもし、前原さん？
あ、すみません。誰か来たみたいですので、ちょっと玄関に行ってきます。
Wait, hang
お
on.
客さんですか？
Wait,
すみません、
what?
すみません。
No, excuse me? No, no fucking way, dude.
今夜のお電話はこれくらいにしましょうか。
あ、いえ、すぐ戻りますから。電話はこのままでいいですか？
前原さん、それはおそらく何かの脅迫、もしくは警告ですね。お客さんですか？すみません、すみません。今夜のお電話はこれくらいにしましょうか。はいはい、構いませんよ。
Okay. Yeah, normally you would give up. This reminds me of... Oh, no, I don't want to talk about it. Fucking. Okay, next. Okay, do me the favor and look through the peephole first, okay? What?
こんばんは。
レナ。
Hi. How are you doing?
さーてね。おじさんにわからないことはないからね。
レナ一人。
No, she has her friends.
何しに来たんだよ。
ねえ、ケイチくん。ちゃんとドアを開けてお話ししたいな。レナは玄関に入っちゃダメなのかな
Honestly, I can't think of a way to refuse her that wouldn't sound rude and also be logical. I'm kind of busy at the moment, would be just straight up refusing her. It's late, maybe tomorrow, I guess.
うち、夜は必ずチェーンかけてるんだよ。気にすんなよ。
なら、仕方ないかな。あのさ、ケイチくん。ご飯食べた？
まだだよ。それがどうしたよ。
じゃあよかった。
Nope, 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 nope. How do I refuse eating food from Rena without being rude? What did you just say? I was going to have a fuck, man.
これ見て。お惣菜とか持ってきてあげたの。
I'm allergic to your food.
お台所とか貸してくれれば、お味噌汁も温めてあげられるよ。
I'm definitely allergic to miso soup.
いいよ、そこまでしてくれなくても。
でも、お豆腐もお野菜もたっぷりなの。
If I eat tofu and vegetables, I'll explode.
ケイチくん、そういうの嫌いかなご飯も持ってきてあげたから、レンジで温めればすぐ食べられるし。
Oh, I got an easy one for this one. I'm on a diet. I'm on a diet. That's why I'm eating instant noodles, I guess. Jeez.
それからね、またお漬物を作ってきたんだよ。今度は山菜のお漬物なの。
Yeah, you can really tell that she went out of her way to make him something and try to smooth over what happened, right? Or she has a bunch of needles ready to poke him in the mouth. Oh, I'm actually hungry right now, too. Yeah, I don't even know what, like, handmade or homemade? Yeah, homemade pickles taste like.
それからね。
And I actually like pickles, too, so I'd be willing to try. Actually, yeah, you're right. If you accept the dishes and then use it as evidence for later. So at the very least, it wouldn't be rude towards her, right? But the thing is, I wouldn't be able to figure out an explanation for, yeah, I'll accept your food, but please don't come in. Or like, here, what would I say? So it's a little bit late right now, but if it's not, fucking, what would I say? I want the food, but you can't come in. How do you do that? Yeah, it's rude no matter what, right? Okay, so he's saying the other arena will pop up if this facade is revealed. Got it. Unless she already knew. Okay. Oh, Manu, I found out. Okay, so the way to not be rude and have her leave and get the food is you give her a tip and say, you say, thanks DoorDash. and when you and when you see her tomorrow and she asks why you were rude, you would say, oh, I just thought you were in the DoorDash industry or something. And social distancing and all.
Ah, ありがたいんだけどさ、 もう少しで夕飯ができるみたいなんだよ。
え、そうなの？そうなの？
せっかくで申し訳ないんだけどさ、
でもちょっとはおかずになると思うな。
悪いけど間に合ってるよ。うちのおふくろってさ、結構おかずをいっぱい作るんだよ。だから。
おかずあるの？
Okay, I saw that in my head. This line.
圭一くんもおかずとか作れるんだね。何を作ったのかな？
いや、別に俺が。
本当に作ったの？おかず、圭一くんが？
だから、俺が作ったんじゃないよ。おふくろが作った。いや、作ってるんだよ、今。だからさ、悪いけど、レナの持ってきてくれたのは食べられないんだよ。
圭一くんのお夕飯、当ててみようか？
Sure, let's go.
なん
Detective
だって
Reina.
いいじゃないか。
ね。そのお夕飯、お湯だけで作れるんじゃないかな。
おいおい、侮るなよ。うちのおふくろのスペシャルなディナーを見くびるなってんだ。そりゃもう満願全席状態ですごいのなんの。
圭一くん、本当にお母さんご飯作ってってくれたの？
いや、だからくれたんじゃなくて、今作ってるんだよ。もうすぐ晩飯に。
ねえ、圭一くん。お母さん、お家にいるのかな？
いるよ、もちろん。
どうして？
何のことかな？
Oh no!
どうしてさっきから嘘をつくのかな？かな。
嘘なんか？
嘘だよね。
嘘なんかじゃ。
嘘だよ！圭一くんのお夕飯、当てるよ。カップラーメン。当たりでしょ？
I mean, if she were guessing what I was eating, she'd be completely wrong.
ラーメンだけじゃきっとお腹すくと思うな。ご飯とかも一緒の方がきっと腹持ちいいと思うよ。好きなの？
ラーメンがかよ。
うん。 豚骨生姜味。
What?
ごめんレナ、今なんて。
え、何が？
今さ、何が好きって聞いたんだよ。
豚骨生姜味。
Oh, it's the exact flavor I'm gonna get.
なんでそこまでわかるんだよ。確かに勝った。まとめて勝った。俺が箱買いした。それがどうしてわかるんだ。
なんでかな。不思議だね。だね。
どうしてわかる？なぜ知ってる？答えろ！
買ったのはセブンスマート。
You were watching?
だよね。
だからなんでわかるんだよ。
圭一くんの後ろずっとくっついてたから。
何を言ってんだよ。
Was she smiling in this picture? Oh yes, she is. That's very cute.
だから
I wanna save.
レナが圭一くんの後ろにずっとくっついてたの。
You're right. I almost forgot about that. You stood outside my door for an hour?
圭一くんがいろんなラーメン選んでるとこ後ろからずっと見てたの。いろんな種類を選んでたんだよね。それでお母さんに怒られたの。高いラーメンばっかり選ぶから一種類にしなさいって。それで圭一くん大好きな大きいカップの豚骨生姜味を選んだんだよね。レナも好きだよ、豚骨ラーメン。でも大きいカップは全部食べきれないけどね。
I mean, if I were in this situation, I would just say, nah, pork bone, the worst. My favorite flavor, kimchi flavored. It actually is, too. I'm not even kidding. That thing is an amazing flavor for instant noodles.
だから圭一くん、
Conveniently, Scott gave me a packet of kimchi noodles, and I still haven't eaten it.
ここを開けて。レナと一緒にご飯食べよう。きっと美味しいから。ね。
Okay. Damn, that's honestly, I find this CG rather alluring. I'm like, okay, come right in. She's really concerned about your intake of salt, okay?
開けて、圭一くん。
帰ってくれ。頼むから。帰ってくれ。
どうしてそんな意地悪を言うのかな。かな。
帰ってくれ。帰れよ。帰れ。
Ow! Jeez, I heard that, and I felt it too. Oh god, yeah.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
帰れ帰れ帰れ。
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
How would you? God, that sounds so painful just thinking about it.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ケイチくん、ごめんなさい。ここを開けて。ケイチくん。
Wait, what? The receiver? Right, jeez. I forgot about that too. Okay. Wait, what? No time passed? It felt like it. It felt like a lot of time passed, but nothing happened. Okay, got it. It did feel like forever.
もしもし、大石さん、お待たせしてすみませんでした。
いえいえ、大してお待ちしていませんよ。
今、レナが来ました。
遊びに来たんですか？
Suspicious, right?
竜宮レナさんのことですか？調べましたよ。まあ簡単には。
その簡単な全てを知りたいんです。
あなたが聞いて面白いような話はありませんよ。
大石さ
ん。Okay, now he's specifically asking for it instead of just being given the information.
竜宮レナは怪しいと思っています。過去の事件がたとえお社様のたたりによるものだったにせよ、竜宮レナは関わっています。
レナさんが怪しいと思える具体的な証拠があるのですか？
状況証拠だけです。
そうですか。
大石さん、目に見える証拠がなければ動けないんですか？
大丈夫ですよ、前原さん。あなたは私が守ります。
大石さんの捜査は俺の生死と無関係でしょうが、俺は死ねば終わりなんです。
Okay.
だから話してください、レナのこと。サトシは転校しました。多分俺もそれほど遠くない将来レナの言う転校をするでしょう。ですが大石さんには俺の死体を見つけることもできないでしょうね。現にサトシの死体だってまだ見つけられてない。
前原さん、どうか落ち着いて。 つまらない話になるのは覚悟の上ですね。
今の俺にとってつまらない話は何一つありません。お願いします。
まずいくつかお断りすることがあります。
Okay, here we go.
はい。
他言無用でお願いします。また内容には一部憶測も含まれているかもしれません。
Okay, not everything is 100% truth.
すべてが真実ではないかもしれないということです。よろしいですね。
真実ではないかもしれない。言ってる意味がよくわかりません。
ひなみ沢の連続開始事件は捜査本部がありません。毎年の事件は個々に扱われています。
Okay.
ですから竜宮レナが捜査線に浮上したことは一度もないのです。つまりですね、
レナの調査は警察としてでなく個人として行ったということですか？
ご理解いただけて助かります。話のほとんどは電話もしくは会って聞かせてもらったものばかりです。ですから裏が取れていません。鵜呑みにしないでほしいということなんですよ。ご理解いただけますね。
全部聞いた話だけなんですか？
Man, he definitely does speak in circles. I never noticed this until I read the freaking VN. It took him 3 separate lines just to say the same thing. Essentially. This is part of speculation. It might not be true. Keep this confidential.
申し訳ないです。個人調査ですのでね。
あれ、以前レナのカルテを見たって言いませんでしたか？確かにそう聞きましたよ。
そんなことも言いましたかね。気のせいということにしてください。
話してください、大石さ
ん。わかりました。
She moved to the prefecture before starting elementary school, so pretty young. Then, following that, after transferring, she broke windows, and then she talked to a doctor. She said it was the local deity. Okay, so I'm already caught up.
私が知る話も前原さんと大きくは変わりません。
では、どこを詳しく調べたんですか？レナが起こした事件とその後の医者での告白ですね。
はい。
大石さんはその内容を知っているからこそレナたちを疑っているんですね。
Over time? The incident Rena was responsible for and what she divulged to the doctor afterwards. It was an incident right before she transferred. Okay, got it.
疑っています。
やはりレナたちが犯人。
いえ、疑うとはそういう意味ではないんです。
じゃあ何を疑ってるんですか？
お社様ですよ。
え？
お社様のたたりって本当にあるのかな？なんてまあ。
You're really joking right now, man? Okay. What the hell?
どうしました？
いえ、急にすごい雨が。すみません。どうぞ続けてください。
はじめに事件と申し上げましたが、学校側も被害者も告発していないので正式には事件ではないのです。でですね、この辺りがどうも関係者皆さん口が重いんですよ。被害者の一人は片目に後遺症を残すぐらい殴られているのにもかかわらずです。学校側か、もしくは表沙汰になるのを望まない何者かがいろいろ根回しをしたのかもしれませんね。またカウンセリングを担当した神経科医も職業倫理に厳格な方で。もしもし？ 前原さん、聞こえてます？
She looks really pitiable in this. I actually feel quite terrible. As if she had something hard to chew in her mouth. She was repeating something.
もしもし、前原さん、聞こえてますか？もしもーし。
ごめんなさい。
え、前原さん？
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
もしもし、前原さん？
Actually, that angle is really creepy. Oh god, her hands are bleeding.
どうしましたか？
That's true. I did kind of, Nah. I didn't do that. She had ketchup. She had ketchup in her lunchbox or whatever. Oh, they really nailed that one down. Interesting.
聞こえてるなら返事をしてください。もしもーし。
Okay. Yeah, this chapter really sets up a lot of things for the future. Not just, like, how the plot will continue, but also themes. It's actually pretty impressive in some aspects. Word economy, I wouldn't say is the greatest for this chapter, but in terms of getting certain ideas instilled into your head and making sure that you remember, I think it's a pretty good job what's happening here. Okay, anyway, I'm starting to feel the gnawing of sleep etching away at my head. I'm super tired right now, actually. I'm a little bit surprised, too, because I tried to take a nap to have more energy, but it's 1:20 in the morning, so I guess it lasted longer than usual, but normally I go until 2 in the morning, so what happened to me, man? It's probably because I'm getting used to this very normalized sleep schedule or something. But anyway, this is attempt 3 at trying to finish this chapter and we still haven't done it. Man, that's pretty ridiculous. Anyway, if you enjoyed the stream, which I hope you did, please follow us here at twitch.tv/FinestKO. There are 2 streamers on our channel. I am Koopa. I stream on Tuesdays and Wednesdays and sometimes the weekends. I will be streaming this weekend, most likely, at 8 p.m. PST. The other streamer is Spirit Juice. He covers Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays, also at 8 p.m. PST. So since today is Wednesday, I'll be covering more Higurashi, hopefully. Gonna be going through the rest of this chapter and finishing it, but we'll see what happens. Anyway, if you're new to the stream, we are a variety stream with fighting game roots. If you want to know when our streams and events happen, I recommend that you follow us on Twitter and Facebook at twitter.com/FinestKO and facebook.com/FinestKO. You also join our Discord if you don't have Twitter or Facebook. It also notifies streams and events. And it's the only place I announce after our streams. So if you want to join us for a TV show or a movie, Discord's good for that. You can also follow me personally at twitter.com/BaseKoopa if you feel that you'd like to, I don't know, ask my opinion on a piece of media or something. I'd love to talk about that, or you just suggest me a game or say hi. I don't know. That's pretty cool by me. Anyway, I'm pretty exhausted right now, so I'm going to go get some sleep. I'll host a stream. If you want to stick around for that, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I'll see you later today, again at 8 p.m. PST.